the India Century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
We reached an agreement on patrolling.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It's been 4 hours since the polling began, and the latest voter turnout till 11 a.m. has been put out by the Election Commission. What we can tell our viewers is that in Jharkhand, it is 18.14% till 11 a.m. In Maharashtra, and in Jharkhand for phase 2 it is 31.37%. So Maharashtra continues to be not much of a surprise, and in Mumbai in particular, this voter turnout, which is 18.14% across Maharashtra, is far less. So the voter apathy is a trend which is continuing in Mumbai. So Mumbaikars, when it is about failed infrastructure or concerns that you have during monsoon or otherwise, you can't really complain if you don't go out and cast your vote. Overall, it looks like, Sajjan, let me bring you and Neerja Chaudhary back on air now, that Maharashtra disappointment 18.14 is not something that you would expect from a highly urbanized state such as Maharashtra.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, one should not be surprised. One, because of the more urban areas, and Maharashtra has many cities and others, so that also contributes to the lesser turnout. And compared to that, as we said, that this time you lack the old loyalties to the party, to the ideology. You have two Shiv Senas, so both represents a Hindutva version. You have two secular NCP versus NCP, and then there are many rebellion. So ultimately, it would be up to the candidate and the respective party and organization to fetch the voters. I think by kind of noon, we would expect that respective organizations will be appealing and will be sending the people to appeal to them to come to the polling booth and cast their votes. So this also shows that this a larger trend when you see within Maharashtra, the Palghar, the Nandurbar, which are primarily the tribal areas, therein also you see the voting percentage is more than the average of 18%. The moment you go to the Pune, Mumbai, or even in Nagpur, suddenly you'll find that the average is less. So that also shows a wider pattern that how the middle class has some sort of a kind of a passive attitude. While they are more articulated, they are more vocal, but when it comes to take the voting seriously, also because maybe the schemes and everything that is more appealing to the, the rural, the poorer, those voters. But we do expect that by noon, I think the political parties here, it is up to them that they have to go and convince the voters to come out and just cast their votes.
But Neerja, as I beg your pardon, Sajjan is telling us that the urban areas, the cities are dragging the voting percentage down in Maharashtra. Does this somewhere also tell you that, that possibly the kind of anger that people had in 2024 Lok Sabha election, A, that has come down, and B, it also is a statement about the ability of various political parties to bring their voters out actually to the booths and ensure that they come out and vote?
It's a very interesting phenomenon, particularly in the cities, if you look at it. Maharashtra is the largest tax revenues come from there.
Yes.
The contribution to the national economy, the GDP, even though it's come down, but still it is very large still. And the center of industry, the financial hub, and it's, if you go to Mumbai and wherever there's a crisis, this is a pulsating, city which gets back to normal work. Whether some violent incidents take place, within hours they are back at work. They're very professional in taking their work and getting ahead in life, aspiration. People come from all over the country to Mumbai to make good, and for a city like that to disregard the importance of voting your leaders into power, does it show a very deep level of skepticism that whatever, this is not going to affect my life? And I think somewhere this has to be, of course, it has to do with organizations, EC, political parties activating themselves, getting people out to vote, and icons like cricketers and Bollywood stars coming out so the fans will follow. But I think it needs to be addressed at a deeper level. Why is it that we are not giving importance to voting, which is going to make such a difference? And for Mumbai now, the issues that are being flagged off, social welfare schemes, which are going to be, how financially viable are they going to be for the next government? And will they affect the ongoing development projects like the coastal road? I mean, there are many things at stake for the people of Mumbai today, for them to come out and actually vote.
Either come out and vote or lose your right to complain in your drawing room.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have seen too much of complaining that happens whenever there is some kind of, when we have seen those hoardings dropping in, some time back. And Manisha, that is the problem with most urban centers, and Mumbai is not surprising us. It's continuing with the same attitude towards their voting right.
No, I think the issues are more nuanced in Mumbai. The urban rich in Mumbai especially, a lot of them will have personal connections with most of these political formations. It's very difficult for them to be seen as partisan. Remember, this fight has gone down to a level that we could not have imagined. The chosen nephews turned up against the uncle. The party Satrap was revolted against the son of Balasab himself. So families are bitter in their relationships. People in urban areas tend to have long-term relationships with such political formations. To be seen with Ajit and to not be seen with Supriya Tai, ask people of social relationships. And it's not just that. The fact that, after an election in an urban center, in a rural areas, you go your ways. There's too much geography, vast geographies. You're living in the same building. You're living in the same area. The underclass, after the elections, the groups will come by. And so really I think it's not just the issue of drawing room and apathy and all that.
Yeah.
One has to address the fact that we now have to approach voting in a very civil way. People have different political preferences. People would like to go and vote this way or that way. I think the drawing rooms have to stop talking politics, but still go out and vote.
Absolutely.
As far as the celebrities are concerned, I think the celebrities in Bombay matter one hell of a lot. They need to not just go out. Now, I think the responsibility on the celebrity is you go out and vote. Can you get like 500 from the underclass near you to come out and vote, so that there is a civic sense in which those who vote are being protected by the society itself. Remember, today the state is protecting our vote. The state is nowhere to be.
Before I let you go, Manisha, a word also on Jharkhand.
People are voting with
How
freedom.
are you looking at the high voter turnout in Jharkhand, which is almost double of Maharashtra at the moment, 31.4%?
Rural areas, that matters so much. And I think the issue that politics is an act of prestige making. The stakes are much higher. I'm not saying it goes this way or that. Remember, today I'm not going to speak of political parties. The time for that is the 23rd, when I'll be back on the screens and talk about it. But it just tells you how much politics as an activity has a lot of prestige attached to it. So the same act of voting has different social meanings in urban areas. I think as citizens, we need to have more civil discussions. I know for a certainty that because I go out and do, political analysis on TV, it's not necessary that I'm looked up as, doing something really great in the urban areas. But you try and see in the rural areas, if I write an op-ed in Hindi, there will be 20 people when I go down for my fieldwork, and they'll say, oh, we know the argument you made in that Hindi op-ed. So there is different value attached to the political activity in different parts of India. If rich and urban India has to learn from rural India, I think it's time that we do that. Right. We become more civil. Just having greater wealth or greater security of professions or prestige or land or whatever securities we have, I think it's time to learn from rural India, where the heart of Indian politics really is.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Manisha, Priyam, Neerja, and Sajjan for joining us at this moment. But since we are talking about Jharkhand, important elections there for the second phase of Jharkhand at this moment going on, and voter turnout 31.4. So Jharkhand actually performing much better. Prabhakar, our colleague, joins us with more details on this. Prabhakar, out of these 31.4% voters, are we seeing some behind you as well? Or all this 31.4% are happening in other booths?
Yeah, actually, that is exactly what is actually it's basically the turnout in the rural voter turnout in the rural areas actually, which is pushing the numbers. I'm at one of the urban centers in Bokaro. You can see the Election Commission is concerned. They have made all arrangements. There is a medical team on the ground. All arrangements are there. But if you look at the booths, there are hardly people here. You will not find the crowd, though in the morning the people started trickling in, but now that number has slowed down a bit, and now it is one-on-one people are just trickling in. Talking about the political importance of it, certainly it is a very important phase happening. 38 constituencies, especially in the Santhal Pargana area, which is the Adivasi, the tribal hotbed of Jharkhand, and that is the stronghold of JMM as well. So it will be a very interesting testing ground for JMM actually, whether they are able to hold that tribal heartland to themselves.
All right, a lot of political reactions coming in. This is an important battle for the BJP, and leading the BJP charge in the state of Jharkhand is a former Chief Minister and BJP State President Babulal Marandi. He spoke to the journalists soon after casting his vote. Let's listen in.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
All right, that was in fact BJP once again exuding confidence that they are going to win Jharkhand. We leave it to the voters, and they are deciding today, and 23rd we'll know exactly what has happened there. But let's just shift focus to another important story. The United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement has detained Anmol Bishnoi, the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Anmol is currently being held in a jail in the state of Iowa.
In fact, according to reports, Anmol's detention has prompted Indian law enforcement agencies to engage with their US counterparts in order to help secure his deportation or extradition to face charges in India. Sources have said that he has been detained because of some discrepancies with regards to his travel documents. Anmol is wanted for the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui and firing outside superstar Salman Khan's home in Mumbai. He was caught in California's Sacramento last Thursday.
Right, so NDTV will continue to bring you a 360-degree view of the important elections. The by-elections are also taking place today. We'll get you all the latest with our colleagues, those who are spread across the ground. At this moment, it's goodbye from me and Maria. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Battle for Maharashtra. Mumbai votes in a trickle, less than 7% voting in the financial capital till 9 a.m. Celebrities lead the way in Mumbai. Sachin Tendulkar, Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao among the early voters. It's a pitch to battle between Mahajuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. Final phase of voting in Jharkhand, poll amidst the infiltration political war.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be
India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century. at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
State elections of national importance voting in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Voting for also by polls in Kerala, Uttarakhand, Punjab. High stakes election battle across states. There's a Mahadangal in Maharashtra. Mumbai votes in a trickle. 15.78% voting in India's financial capital. Those visuals from Mumbai where celebrities are voting. Big battle for Maharashtra. It's Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Agadi. Maharashtra records 18.1% voter turnout till 11 a.m. Final phase of voting in 38 assembly constituencies of Jharkhand. This is a polls about infiltration and tribal identity. In other news, thick smog engulfs national capital as pollution continues to soar. Delhi government employees to work from home now. It's an important day today, polling day, 38 assembly constituencies in the state of Jharkhand and 288 constituencies in the state of Maharashtra and 15 important by-polls happening across the country in 6 states. Well, it's a battle of ideologies, politics, identity and welfare that's speaking today. Maharashtra, Jharkhand, 15 assembly polls. We also have a whole team of reporters getting you the best and fastest updates. Let me go across. We have Radhika with us joining us from Mumbai. She's been tracking those important constituencies of Malabar Hills and Worli. Worli is where there's this important battle playing out between Milind Deora and Aditya Thackeray. We have Anuj Raite, who has been tracking Thane, the CM's constituency. We have Abira, who's been tracking the movement of celebrities on voting day, polling day. We wish and hope more celebrities come out and vote and actually dismiss the urban apathy that we talk about. We have Tanushka joining us from Ghaziabad, which will also see one of those important by-polls. We have Gurpreet joining us from Gidarbaha, where Manpreet Badal is pitted against Amrita Waring in a high decibel campaign. In fact, fact, we also have Prabhakar, where we have Prabhakar from Bokaro, and he is in Jharkhand, where Santal Parganas will be voting today, the tribal heartland. So we're getting you all the best updates. We first have Radhika with us. Radhika, to you first. You've been tracking Maharashtra elections very closely. Tell us about Mumbai first, because 38 assembly constituencies in the city of Mumbai, MMR, very critical for India's infrastructure and also for the future of the Senas. What are you witnessing around you?
Absolutely. As far as Mumbai is concerned, this has been a Sena bastion. A lot of Sena versus Sena playing out in multiple constituencies of Mumbai. In fact, I am in a constituency in Bandra East. Earlier, I was in South Bombay covering Malabar Hill, Pedder Road, Worli, all of them coming under the South Mumbai Lok Sabha seat, of course, where there is the Malabar Hill constituency as well as Worli. And as you mentioned, Worli, Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora are playing out there. We did speak to Piyush Goyal as well, who appealed to more voters, to more people to come out and vote. As you said, urban apathy is something that Mumbai is notorious for. As of now, 16% voting till 11 a.m. Will this change? We saw 50% last time in 2019. Will it increase from that, 50% to perhaps 55 to 60%? That remains to be seen. I'm in Bandra East, and it's a very interesting constituency. This is where Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray will be coming to contest, will be coming to cast their vote. And this is the constituency where Zishan Siddiqui will be contesting or is contesting against Varun Sardesai. Now, Varun Sardesai is the cousin of Aditya Thackeray. He is related to the Thackeray family. Varun Sardesai is a debutant as far as electoral politics is concerned. Of course, he was part of student politics. Both Zishan and Varun in their early 30s. Zishan is an incumbent MLA here, and we know what happened to Zishan Siddiqui. He lost his father just a couple of months back. His father, Baba Siddiqui, was shot dead just close to this particular place as well. So a lot of sympathy, right, as far as Zishan Siddiqui is concerned. And he also left Congress party and joined NCP Ajit Pawar. That also happened just a few weeks back. So it is Zishan Siddiqui versus Varun Sardesai in a very important constituency of Bandra East. In fact, close to this is where Matushri is, where Uddhav and Aditya live. We're just waiting for a father-son duo to cast their vote in just a bit. So that's as far as this constituency is concerned. Yes, as far as turnout goes, we are seeing a better turnout from what it was, say, at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. More people are coming in large numbers to vote. And also because of the strategic way that the elections are being held, the fact that it's being held on a Wednesday, the day being chosen is perhaps working well for the city of Mumbai. But we'll have to wait and watch out till 6 o'clock. Post 6 is when things will become clear as to what the voter turnout is. But a lot of celebrities coming out in large numbers and politicians as well. Yes, high stakes battle as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and more than 30 seats in Mumbai going to polls. Milind Deora, Aditya Thackeray, Varun Sardesai, Zishan Siddiqui are some of the top contestants as far as city of Mumbai is concerned. Of course, Pawar's Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde just casting his vote some time back. I spoke to Piyush Goyal a while ago. Let's listen into that conversation. Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very, very, very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very, very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
What are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
Well, Mumbai is the city of dreams. It's also the city of stars. There are several celebrities, especially from Bollywood, who were seen voting in the city today. Many of them actually came quite early to the booths, and they are actually setting an example to the city, to the Millennium City, which has actually been showing lackluster performance when it comes to its voting records. Till now, till 11 a.m., there's been 15.1% voter turnout in Mumbai, from Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao to Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar. Several celebrities were seen voting. We just saw the visuals of directors, filmmakers, Gulzar and his daughter Meghna Gulzar voting there. You can see visuals of Sunil Shetty, of course, Ritesh Deshmukh and Genelia, his wife. Several visuals there. Let me go across to my colleague Abira, who tracks the film industry very closely. Abira, tell us, how are celebrities looking at this? Because we know that except a few celebrities like Akshay Kumar, many of them actually are used to waking up a little later in the day. So how many of them did you see actually being spotted in the early hours of the morning?
Let me tell you, Akshay Kumar is an early bird. He's always the first one to go out and vote, and he votes from the Juhu constituency. We have also seen Rajkumar voting early in the morning, but later in the day we have seen Sunil Shetty coming in, we have seen Gulzar Sahab coming in. Gulzar Sahab came to Bandra, where I am right now at St. Anne's Church here in Pali Hill. Most of the celebrities live here in Pali Hill, so we are expecting a lot of more celebrities. We expect Sanjay Dutt, Ranbir Kapoor. We have to wait and watch. Deepika Padukone can't make it this year. Anupam Kher will be coming in. They have already casted vote. Genelia and Ritesh Deshmukh, like you said. We have Gulzar Sahab, who came in and told us how important it is for him and for youngsters to come and vote, because otherwise you can't complain if you don't vote. So that is something, a duty that you should have. And about issues, he said that, it's, all the issues that we see, normal people know their issues, so they know what they are voting for. And Meghna Gulzar made it very clear. She said, I'm really sad to see the turnout, because in the morning here at Pali Hill, there was hardly any crowd. Right now, what you see is finally a lot of people coming in. There's a queue. This queue started right now. Otherwise, it was absolutely empty since morning. We have seen a lot of senior citizens coming in, but hardly any Gen Z or, youngsters coming in. And we asked him, and he said, you guys are media people, and you guys have to tell these youngsters to come out and vote. While at the same time, Sunil Shetty supported them and said that, they will come in the second half, I'm sure. They are youngsters. They may have had a late night. So I'm sure they will come out and vote. And that's what we are hoping for. Let's go and watch what Gulzar Sahab and Meghna Gulzar, his daughter, had to say.
Right, Abira. Let's also look at some reactions coming in from the celebrities who have actually set an example in the Millennium City, asking people, inspiring people to come out and vote.
Problem issues is even we have to be as responsible. बहुत सारे issue हमारे खुद के भी है. Civic sense हो, discipline हो. हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और deliver खुद कुछ नहीं करते. लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपिसेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपिसेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का. वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए. और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है. वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए.
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country. And I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. ECI का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है, सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी। पूरा जो पीरियड है वोटिंग पीरियड वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ और किसी को तकलीफ़ ना होए। आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए।
सबसे बढ़िया बात है इंतज़ाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा इंतज़ाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतज़ाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आएँ वोट करें, दैट इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग।
बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट डे है आज वोटिंग का और बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे तो कि इतने लोग ऑलरेडी आए हैं। आई होप कि और ज़्यादा भारी मात्रा में आए और वोट।
Well, important day today for Maharashtra and for 15 by-poll constituency across the country, and also for Jharkhand. We have Sanjay Singh, consulting editor, NDTV. We also have Badri Narayan, author and senior writer, joining us to discuss today's possible outcomes and also analyze the campaigns. Thank you both of you for joining me on this broadcast. Mr. Singh, to you first. How do you, I mean, we are talking about Mumbai, sir, 15.1%. This is a city where people are known to be very practical. This is known for its spirit, but also at the end of the day, there's business as usual. Is there a sense of apathy? Is there a sense of skepticism with politics that whoever comes to power, our lives are not going to change? And how does one address a sentiment like that in Mumbai?
That thing is disappointing. The voting share percentage as of now is 15.78, which is disappointing. If you go to rural areas, this number I think is would be much different from what we see for Mumbai. Mumbai as it is, the whole region has 36 seats. We talk a lot about urban apathy, the division between urban and rural areas, the way they vote. We talk a lot about politics, we talk a lot about governance, particularly in cities, in middle class in particular. The new middle class also is there, upper crust also there. But when it comes to voting, that is a sad part. And then you crib about this government is not doing that. I think Sunil Sethi said a very nice thing. We also have certain duties and the way we should go about it. This election, I think Mumbai, Maharashtra is particularly important in the sense that is going to shape narrative for coming months at least. Maharashtra, Mumbai being our financial capital. More so, this election is also about, in Mumbai particularly, who holds legacy of Bal Thackeray. There is undivided Shiv Sena. The BJP-Sena alliance swept the polls in this area. In parliamentary election, of course, the scenario was different. Is it going to be any different from the parliamentary election? Or who is going to have that kind of legacy? Because the way people are talking, I think from the initial projection that people were talking about, now things have changed a bit.
Okay.
That thing has changed a bit. At this moment, I'll not say in whose favor, but you can sense that sense the way campaigning has proceeded, certain issues have cropped up, certain things have been placed. But yes, these people coming out, the celebrities, the so-called celebrities as we say, and Sachin Tendulkar being brand ambassador also, Bharat Ratna, master blaster cricketer, the people like them going to vote, I think common people should also go and vote to have your government in place, the government that you want. And please don't crib later.
Absolutely, that's very well said. Also, Badri Narayan, I wanted to ask you, what is the importance of ideology in this election, sir? Because this is, Maharashtra is a state that has seen a lot of multiple political formations in the last few years, multiple defections and also confused loyalties, defections. In a state like that, like Sanjay Singh was also saying, there is a strong legacy of Bal Thackeray. The RSS comes from there, B.R. Ambedkar comes from there. How does ideology figure in the psyche of a Maharashtra voter in today's time?
Vasudha, I think you have raised a very pertinent question. I used to say that Maharashtra election is like Mahabharata, reminding us Mahabharata, at least in certain region, family is fighting against family, brother is fighting against Bhatija, the ideology is fighting against ideology. So it's a very mixed, very hybrid kind of election. And it's very difficult to tell who is what in this election. And second is, this election, whatever we political analysts or psychologists see, that in this election the caste or community will work as homogeneous vote group. It's not going to happen in Maharashtra. Like Maratha, we said Maratha may be fractured, less or more. OBC will be fractured in 5 big castes, will be the Banjaris and many. So they have their also local connects. So they will be also divided. Dalit will be also divided. Mahar, non-Mahars. Then the Buddhists also, the Hindu-Buddhist interactions has been good. And above all, Vasudha, this developmental narrative, which has created a huge beneficiary community in Maharashtra, they can work across the caste and community, and they can form a homogeneous group, like Larli Burn impact, if it happens, or various kinds of policies which came from the center or from the state. They may create a homogeneous vote bank, and certainly it may go in the favor of BJP. But mostly caste kind of thing, community kind of thing will be fragmented. It depends who is going to pull them in bigger number.
Right.
Who will pull the bigger number, they will succeed.
So there could be a social group that can rise above caste, is what you're saying. That's very important. Also, Sanjay Singh, do you see a difference between East and West in Maharashtra? Because a lot of people talk about the kind of infrastructure that has really come up in Konkan region, Mumbai, Pune. But you know, the rural parts of Vidarbha, Marathwada think very differently. Do you see that there could be a divide on those lines? Or do you agree with something that Badri Narayan is also pointing out, that there is a social group that can rise above this, especially because of welfare push?
Yeah, but that divide was there, but also lately we have seen that particular part has been bridged to a certain extent. Like Vidarbha, the way people used to talk about it, or if you had visited both these areas, you could see the difference. But things are changing. Nagpur, for instance, is now a very vibrant city, and areas around Nagpur. And a special economic zone, I think, has come up. The IIM has been set up there, and so on and so forth. So many infrastructure project is going on. That is beauty, I think, of the NDA, and also Nitin Gadkari, as it is, belongs to that region. Devendra Fadnavis belongs to that region. Move slightly away from there, and then you land to Baramati, where again there is a very high-paced battle, Pawar versus Pawar. It's family battle, ideology, development, and what people actually think. Who is real inheritor in terms of ideology has become very fluid thing in politics. The way you perceive it. Shiv Sena from where it began and Shiv Sena from where it is, particularly under Uddhav Thackeray. Same is happening with Sharad Pawar's party, NCP, and so on. So many people moving from this party to that particular party. It is ultimately voters also, that gives a bit of confusion to the voters as to who should I vote. Ultimately, I think they are also going to be guided by the big picture.
Right.
If Prime Minister Narendra Modi can deliver, who is going to be Chief Minister of Mahayuti, not much of an issue, because we can speculate about that later as and when results come in, or if we get the trends. But people, I think, also apart from their local leaders, some areas like where Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora are contesting, of course, that's a very personality-centric constituency. But more than that, also the big picture, big leaders, the way they shape the politics, the way the narrative has gone, I think that is going to impact on minds of the voters.
So not just the candidates, even the party, the kind of projections they've made would impact. Badri Narayan, what would you have to say about the future of the Senas now? So if you talk about Mumbai, it's all about Sena versus Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has projected himself as a victim of conspiracy, while Eknath Shinde has shown himself as an accessible chief minister who has thrown the doors of official residence of the chief minister, Varsha, open for common people. So clearly, there is a lot of posturing on both sides, that there are personality differences between two people. There is a dilemma for the Shiv Sainik, and also there is a dilemma for voters. What do you think would be playing on the minds of a loyal Shiv Sena voter at a time like this?
See, Vasudha, now Shiv Sena in contemporary time is not the Shiv Sena as it was. It's a Shiv Sena, it's a new Shiv Sena, perception of new Shiv Sena has emerged. And that Shiv Sena is divided Shiv Sena. So the voters who are loyalist Shiv Sainik, they may have a big dilemma where to go. And in that case, there are the local connects, personal connect, regional connects works better more than the ideological connect, because ideologically both are claiming for the same ideology. But the various kinds of connections and sympathy vote which this UBT has tried to cultivate, it worked in the last election. It's very difficult to say that it will work in this election. But there may be some reminiscences in the people's memory about that. But even then, Shiv Sainik now, they will have to decide based on their, and they maybe decide based on their own interest, local interest, regional interest, caste interest, community interest, and based on that they will vote. Now that kind of ideological homogenization which was in the Shiv Sena is now fragmented, fractured. That's why I used to say this is the election of the fractured and multiple contestations. And the conventional psephology is again going to fail, will again going to fail in this election, as it happened in the Haryana. So it will appear in new way.
That's very nicely said. We are all expecting that, sir. But at the end of the day, we all do our jobs. We'll come back to you, Mr. Badrinath, and also Sanjay Singh. But let's first listen into what Nitin Gadkari, Senior Minister in the Modi Cabinet, Minister for Road Transport, and also the MP from Nagpur said today. In fact, he also cast his vote. Let's listen in to what he said today.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त हैं केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री नितिन गडकरी जी। सर, सबसे पहले विदर्भ के बारे में बात कर लेते हैं। पिछली दफ़ा थोड़ा कम रह गया था, इस बार क्या उम्मीदें हैं?
देखो, पिछली बार जनता को गुमराह किया गया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 400 सीटें मिलेगी तो संविधान बदल जाएगा। तो ये गलत प्रचार था। ना संविधान हम बदलेंगे, ना बदलने देंगे, ना किसी की बदलने की हिम्मत है। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के खंडपीठ चीफ जस्टिस और 10 न्यायमूर्ति ने मिलकर केशवानंदा भारती केस में निर्णय दिया है कि साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी चेंज। तो ये तो सारासार गलत प्रचार था। और अगर संविधान को बदलने का काम किया है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया। जब इंदिरा जी का रायबरेली लोकसभा के चुनाव की जीत के बाद इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने जो चुनाव अवैध घोषित किया तो इमरजेंसी लागू हुई और इमरजेंसी में पूरी तरह संविधान की धज्जियाँ उड़ाई। अब लोगों को ध्यान में आया कि वो सब गुमराह करने वाला प्रचार था। आदिवासी को कहा गया था आपका आरक्षण रद्द होगा, तो अब उसका असर नहीं है। हम लोग अच्छी तरह से जीतेंगे असम्बली।
सर, मध्य प्रदेश में हमने देखा कि लाडली बहना योजना ने कमाल किया। यहाँ पर लाडकी बहना योजना है, लेकिन क्या कपास और सोयाबीन भारी पड़ेगा?
देखो, लाडली बहन योजना का अच्छा फ़ायदा हुआ, जिससे कभी प्याज में कीमतें अच्छी है, गन्ने के कारण किसानों को पैसा भी मिला। अब वो एग्रीकल्चर में कर भी थोड़ा बहुत इधर होते रहता है, उसका कोई परिणाम नहीं होगा। बाय एंड लार्ज लोगों को मालूम है कि किसानों के हित में ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी निर्णय करेगी।
सर, एक बहुत अहम सवाल इस चुनाव से पहले बन गया है। एक तरफ बीजेपी नेता कुछ नोटों के साथ पकड़े गए, फिर दूसरी तरफ सुप्रिया सुले पर बिटकॉइन घोटाले के आरोप लग रहे हैं। सर, ये क्या है? महाराष्ट्र चुनाव में लोग इसको कैसे लेंगे?
सर, ये चुनाव सरकार के परफॉर्मेंस पर है। पिछले सरकार ने क्या किया और इस सरकार ने क्या किया, और इसी पर जनता विचार करती है। बाकी बातें मीडिया में उछलते रहते हैं, उसके तरफ ज़्यादा सीरियसली लेके ध्यान नहीं देना।
लेकिन बहुत सारे नारे आए, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, फिर एक से रहेंगे।
एक है, जात पंथ धर्म भाषा सेक्स से ऊपर उठकर एक है, यही हमारी भावना है। और इसीलिए हम सब भारतीय हैं। आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ हम मिलकर लड़ेंगे, ये इसका भाव है। ये कोई सांप्रदायिक विचार नहीं है या कोई मुसलमान या माइनॉरिटी के खिलाफ।
सर, आखिरी सवाल, जीतेगा तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा? क्या शिंदे साहब ही बनेंगे या फिर जैसा कहा जाता है कि
चुने हुए एमएलए अपना नेता को चुनते हैं और पार्टी का शीर्षस्थ नेतृत्व को निर्णय करेगा?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो नितिन गडकरी साहब का साफ कहना था कि जो चुने हुए विधायक हैं वो तय करेंगे और पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इस बारे में फैसला करेगा। हालांकि वो आश्वस्त हैं कि महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव में जो बीजेपी का गठबंधन है उसको जीत मिलेगी। नागपुर से अपने कैमरा सहयोगी रिजवान खान के साथ अनुराग द्वारी, NDTV।
Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior ministers in the Modi cabinet, also one of the most important leaders of Vidarbh, speaking to NDTV. To you, Sanjay Singh, we're talking about Vidarbh here. Also tell us, you're mentioning this very important point that there have been changes in the way people have looked at the Maharashtra campaign. When 2024 Lok Sabha elections came out, it was seen as a done deal that, it's the MVA that is rising. But then the Ladki Bahin Yojana came up, electricity for farmers was announced, Haryana win happened for the BJP. Tell us, what are the things that really changed the way even the campaign was projected by both sides?
See, two things in particular. First, begin with the rider, that one state election does not impact another state election, but that does help in terms of shaping a narrative. giving kind of enthusiasm required and the kind of energy required for the party workers of the BJP in this particular case. And also the way the BJP pursued its campaign in Haryana, the kind of energy that they put in, that helped BJP kind of revitalize, and the leadership structure also thinking in terms of a different kind of strategy. Now here was a situation where you had BJP practically from being BJP from biggest party handed over Chief Minister's post to somebody who had less numbers, Mr. Shinde. Then the BJP gave an impression that it was not sticking to the chair.
Okay.
Also, largely
just hold on to that thought of yours, sir. Let me also ask Badri Narayan first as to what he thinks. Badri Narayan, sir, what do you think about, a welfare, a meta-narrative like the welfare actually making, creating a social voter base that is caste agnostic, and especially with regard to the Dalit Muslim or Dalit tribal Muslim consolidation that we talked about in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Now people are saying that welfare will actually override those concerns for the Mahayuti. Do you think something like that is possible?
Yes, Vasudha, I think it happened. Actually, it's a very interesting shift has been happened. And we, as apologists or political analysts, usually fail to understand this new shift. The shift is, as I said many times to you also, that there is a huge group of beneficiaries has been evolved. And not only group, it's a kind of a beneficiary consciousness has emerged. And that consciousness formed a kind of community. And that always wants something. If you are going to give them, and then they will respond to you. So, as you see, BJP government since 10 years is trying to give many things to as a social supporter schemes, and that is working well among them. And they are voiceless, they don't speak. So whenever our psychologists goes to understand them, the election, they mostly listen those who speak. And so they emerge as a silent voter. Mostly they work across the caste, they work across the community, they work across the religion, and they have just turned as a silent voter. हमें कोई कांग्रेस जीत रही जीत जाए, वो जीत रही है वो जीत जाए. But they will go and decide, they will go and vote on the booth, because they know who is giving to them what.
Right,
so democracy in a turn, in a new way, and that is a kind of, one can say, it's a giftocracy, sometime I used to call, but giftocracy. But we can, positively, we can say social support schemes, which has a pertinent meaning in empowering the community, and especially the most marginals, and that is going to work in elections.
Right. So just saying, you mentioned a very important point, saying that people will look for candidates, but they'll also look for political stability, sir. How confident are you that people will actually, these factors will play on people's minds when they go out to vote in Maharashtra today?
Maharashtra is a business-oriented state, and people, of course, will give a thought about it while casting their vote. Also, we were talking about welfare schemes, Ladli Behna Yojana. That's a huge hit. When we talk about women in particular as a social constituency, and we have seen many a times recently women vote according as per their own conscience, or not necessarily dictated by the family elders or their husband or the father or uncle. They think about their vote. Unless you are very committed to certain party and certain ideology. That again we have seen, despite no matter what, how many social welfare schemes. Coupled with that is development schemes and the credibility of the particular party and leader who can deliver. If you have, we have seen in past where certain political party has made n number of announcement, n number of SOPs. The SOPs that kind of, if actually they came into power and translated actually or implemented, then state would have gone bankrupt. But people actually choose with the credibility. In this particular case, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on the ground, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis both have an excellent track record in terms of delivery. Right. In short period, Eknath Shinde has established a leader in his own right, as you are saying, accessible and so on and so forth, and also people-centric leader. So was Devendra Fadnavis. Right. 5 years of his tenure was kind of development-oriented and also a very astute politician, so to say. Yes. So when there is a shift and the way the narrative progressed, the electioneering progressed, there were allegations, there were issues, but what was important as to who was setting the narrative, and if there was a counter narrative or if there was certain allegations, who had capacity to puncture that?
Right. So I think a lot of corrective measures that the Mahayuti took, but of course the momentum in Lok Sabha elections was with the Mahavikas Aghadi. We don't know if that is going to continue or it's a Mahayuti that's going to make a comeback. Thank you, Sanjay Singh. Thank you, Badri Narayan, for joining me on this broadcast. To Anuj Raite now, who's my colleague and who's been reporting consistently from Thane, the Chief Minister's constituency, also from other parts of Maharashtra. Anuj himself is from Nashik. Tell us what is happening in your hometown and what's happening in the place that you're reporting from. You are in Thane. Tell us what is the sentiment like in Maharashtra, specifically in the Chief Minister's constituency?
In Eknath Shinde's constituency, we talked to a lot of people out there, and even though we didn't really ask whom they voted for, but everyone is very happy to talk about Eknath Shinde and how proud they are of him being, of how their MLA is the Chief Minister. And they also talked about several development works undertaken by Eknath Shinde in that particular region. Also, one major factor that helps Eknath Shinde, not just in his own constituency, but we've seen across the state, is his people-friendliness, right? And this has been one thing that the Mahayuti government, and especially Eknath Shinde's brand value, has gotten a huge boost of. It is him being one with the people. Wherever he goes, we see him talking to people, interacting with them very freely. And even here we saw that he didn't come to vote alone. He was there with the entire family, and until he left, he made sure that his parents, his son, his daughter-in-law, all of them left the polling booth at the same time. And that really speaks a lot about why is he so popular, especially in this part of the state. Now, talking about the issues across the state, while the farmers' issue again seems to be one of the more important ones. We saw that how during the Mahayuti government, the entire onion belt voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahayuti government. But then this time around, that has been replaced with other more localized problems, be it cotton, be it soybean, be it sugarcane, be it grapes. So different parts of the state have their own different issues. But at the same time, even while interacting with the farmers, we found out that there are these corrective measures that you were talking about, which have made the farmers think that the government is doing good for them. And the more important one of that is the waiving off of electricity bill. While covering farmers' issues, when we were talking to the farmers, they talked about how they've been gifted 1 to 2 lakh rupees because their electricity bill, which was close to 1 lakh, 2 lakh, even 3 lakh for many people, has been waived off completely. And that will make them think a lot before going to the polls. Another important thing, especially in the hinterlands, is the difference between the candidate at the local level and the kind of government they want at the state level, right? They may want a particular alliance to be in the state level, but people we are seeing are, more determined and are more categorical about who is the candidate because it's the hyper-local problems that they're focusing on more.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you. But today is also the day top leaders of Maharashtra, their fate is on the line. In fact, they are also contestants this time. Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis contesting from Nagpur Southwest, and also Nana Patole, who's also a candidate this time. Let's listen in to what they said today morning.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है। ये उत्सव है, ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है। लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था हमने उसको शुरू किया।
सभी महाराष्ट्र के बहनों भाइयों को और विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों को ये अपील करना चाहता हूं कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर वो वोट करें। जहां तक विनोद तावड़े जी का सवाल है, मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया, न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा, न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला। जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया। जहां तक सुप्रिया सुळे जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व IPS अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं, कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है। और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा, इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए।
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में
कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर राज्य में कांग्रेस की सबसे ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट चुन के आएंगे और महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आएंगी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा कि कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े ये पैसे बांटते हुए पकड़े गए। बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा।
So very critical Maharashtra elections underway there. Mahayuti trying to regain vote and of course retain its supremacy while Mahavikas Aghadi trying to make a comeback. But what happened yesterday is also important. Scam versus scam has hit the state of Maharashtra. This was hours before polling began. Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi were trading charges against each other. In fact, Mahayuti has alleged that a Bitcoin scam took place and that involved senior MPA leaders including Supriya Sule and Congress President of Maharashtra Nana Patole. Supriya Sule of course has dismissed charges, saying that the voice in the clip that was shown by the BJP in a press conference that the party called last night was not hers. Meanwhile, BJP leaders have been booked in a cash for vote scam. BJP General Secretary in the state Vinod Tavde is at the center of this storm, but he has rejected these allegations and he has said that none of that really happened as what was suggested by the MPA leaders.
बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। विनोद जी, वोटिंग से कुछ घंटे पहले आप पे वोट से पहले नोट बांटने का आरोप लगा है। उन तस्वीरों को भी एक्सप्लेन करिए जहां पर लिफाफे से नोट निकल रहे हैं, डायरी लहराई जा रही है, आप बेबस बैठे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, पानी पी रहे हैं। इन तमाम तस्वीरों से वोटर्स में कैसा संदेश गया कि वो आरोप सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, पानी पीना से क्या आदमी गिल्टी होता है?
बेबस दिख रहे हैं आप।
कोई ऐसा है कि जब जैसे महाविकास आघाड़ी के लोग आ गए, बहुजन विकास आघाड़ी, तो वहाँ के डीसीपी मुझे कह रहे कि आप सीनियर है, आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अगर निकल जाऊँगा तो यहाँ हंगामा हो जाएगा। इफ़ आई एम देयर आई विल कंट्रोल इट। नंबर 1 मेरा मानना है कि सुप्रिया ताई राहुल गांधी ने 5 करोड़ का आरोप किया, तो वहाँ मिले भी नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन को, तो वो 5 करोड़ अगर मेरे पास थे, ये इन्होंने कंफर्म किया होगा, तो इन्होंने मुझे लौटाने चाहिए। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वहाँ पर जो लोग नोट दिखा रहे थे या डायरी दिखा रहे थे, वो कोई मेरी डायरी थी नहीं। मेरी डायरी तो इतनी छोटी सी है, इसमें चिल्लर रहती है, बड़े नोट रहते भी नहीं है। नंबर 2, जो इंक्वायरी करनी है, मैं वहाँ एंटर करने से सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, मेरी गाड़ी इलेक्शन कमीशन चेक की, उसमें कुछ मिला नहीं। तो जो चेक करना करे। 40 साल से मैं राजनीति में हूँ, कभी एक पैसा किसी को दिया नहीं किसी वोट के लिए।
ठीक है, अब उसका मैं काउंटर क्वेश्चन एक पूछना चाहती हूँ। पहला ये 9,93,500 रुपए जो मिले वो कहाँ से आए?
9,93,000 की जो कैश थी वो हमारे चुनाव प्रमुख ने कहा कि हमने ऑलरेडी आज के फूड पैकेट जो बूथ पे जाते हैं उसके पेमेंट की थी और वो चुनाव आयोग के अकाउंट्स में पहले ही लिखी है।
कल मीडिया की तरफ से मुझे ये सब वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग्स और कुछ भेजा गया। जब मेरे हाथ में आया, मैंने पहली चीज़ की कि मैंने पूना के कमिश्नर साहब को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कमिश्नर जी को बोला कि ये फेक कुछ वीडियोस चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको भेज रही हूँ, मुझे साइबर क्राइम में कंप्लेन करनी है। तो उन्होंने कहा ज़रूर आप करिए। मैंने फट से साइबर क्राइम में ऑनलाइन में कंप्लेन कर दी। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली। उसके बाद मैंने वकीलों को मेरे फ़ोन किया और आज सुबह मैंने श्री त्रिवेदी जी को मैंने एक क्रिमिनल डेफमेशन नोटिस भेजी है।
Well, Mahavikas Aghadi and Mahayuti making serious allegations against each other. We'll keep tracking that and more for you, even as Mumbai votes, even as Maharashtra, Jharkhand and 15 other by-polls are taking place across the country. We'll keep tracking that for you with the help of our reporters. But now, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mumbai votes in a trickle, less than 7% voting in India's financial capital till 9 a.m. Celebrities come out to vote in Mumbai. Sachin Tendulkar, Sunil Shetty, Farhan Akhtar seen casting their vote. Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao amongst early voters today. It's Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. The state has registered a voter turnout of 18.1% till 11 a.m. Final phase of voting in Jharkhand polls. In the midst of infiltration political war, 31% voter turnout has been registered till 11 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. 38 seats in Jharkhand are voting today in the second phase. BJP is contesting on 32 seats and its allies, All Jharkhand Students Union, on 6 seats. For the India bloc, JMM is contesting from 20 seats, and there are also left parties that are contesting. RJD is contesting from 2 seats. The JMM and CPI-ML will also have a friendly contest in Dhanwa. Remember, the prominent candidates in the second phase, which is happening today, include Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, who is contesting from Barait constituency. His wife, Kalpana Soren, who has also emerged as a very important campaigner this election, is contesting from a constituency of Kande, and his brother, Basant Soren, also from Dumka. BJP State President Babulal Morandi, also former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, is also a candidate now, and Shibu Soren's daughter-in-law, Sita Soren, who joined the BJP before the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, is also a candidate from Jamtara. So, important candidates there. Let's look at some reactions to this story before we go across to my colleague for more details.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
मैं ये समझती हूँ कि उतने कम वक्त में मैंने पूरी अपनी मेहनत लगा के पूरा जी तोड़ मेहनत किया है और लोगों को वो सुविधाएं दी हैं जो उनका हक है। और कहीं ना कहीं अगर इतने कम कार्यकाल में मैंने इतना काम किया है तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 5 साल तो मेरे लिए बहुत लंबा रहेगा, और उस समय मेरे पास बहुत समय भी रहेगा और बहुत काम करने के लिए वक्त भी रहेगा। और आपकी अबुआ सरकार के लिए आपके हेमंत दादा, हेमंत बेटा ने जी तोड़ मेहनत की है इस उतार चढ़ाव के कार्यकाल में, जहाँ हेमंत सोरेन जी को जेल भी जाना पड़ा, लेकिन उन्होंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी और झारखंड के मान सम्मान हक के लिए लड़ाई को बुलंद किया है। मैं चाहती हूं कि आप अपना प्यार, अपना आशीर्वाद हेमंत सोरेन जी और हमारी महागठबंधन को दें।
My colleague Prabhakar joins us with more details on this. He's been reporting from Bokaro. Prabhakar, tell us what is it looking like, and also this is an election that's taking place in the tribal heartland of Jharkhand, a place called Santal Parganas, which was critical for the formation of the state. But I'm also very curious to know that there's a lot of talk about people like Jairaj Mahato. Are there other players beyond JMM and BJP that we should also be focusing our attention on?
Exactly, but before I actually answer your question, let me show you something very interesting. I have moved on from Bokaro, and I'm now in Chari Assembly. This is a rural constituency. What we saw in Bokaro, because being an urban constituency, there was a voters' apathy. Most of the polling stations were lying empty. Now here in the constituency, that is Chandan Kyari, the visuals you are getting from here is very encouraging, very soothing. You can see a long queue of women voters, long queue of women voters actually, and even the men are there. But the women voters, they're large, they are in big numbers. So this is very encouraging actually. Now talking about the second phase of polling which is happening in Jharkhand and the political importance of it, certainly it is happening in the tribal heartland, that is the Santhal Pargana, that happens to be the political stronghold of JMM. That is where the JMM as a political party has emerged from. It was initially started by Shibu Soren, the tribal movement from there, and then baton was handed over to Hemant Soren then. So that is, today's polling would be actually a testing ground of how BJP, whether BJP has been able to dent into the tribal vote bank. This will be tested today. They had actually floated the narrative of those illegal immigrants, the Bangladeshi migrants, and the idea was to dent into the tribal vote bank. Whether that model succeeded or not, today in this phase it will be tested, especially in the Santhal Pargana. Santhal Pargana, as I told you, happens to be a tribal stronghold and a very and obviously the JMM stronghold. So it would be decided today whether BJP has been able to make an inroad into the tribal heartland or not.
Right, Prabhakar. Prabhakar, also tell us a little bit about the key players, the key contestants here in the second phase of elections, because there are several members of the Soren family who are also contesting. There's also Babulal Marandi, former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and also the state chief of the BJP, who's a candidate there. Tell us the key faces who are in the fray today.
Yeah, the power couple of Jharkhand, certainly they are in fray, Hemant Soren and the emerging star, the rising star of JMM, Kalpana Soren, they are in fray. Also, Babulal Marandi is contesting. You have Sudesh Mehto, who's the ADSU chief, who is contesting from Silli. And then you have 5 sitting ministers. You also have the BJP leader of opposition. He's also in fray. 5 sitting ministers, 11 former ministers. So the long list of important candidates in fray whose political fate would be decided today. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. Important election in Jharkhand today, 38 assembly seats contesting there, and this is happening in, of course, this is happening in the Santal Parganas, which is seen as the tribal heartland of Jharkhand. But more importantly, this will also be, this will also decide as to whose narrative when it came to tribal identity, when it came to meta narratives on welfare actually clicked, with the BJP focusing on infiltrators from Bangladesh as primarily responsible for reduction in tribal numbers, and JMM-led Hemant Soren government saying that it's basically welfare that matters and it's protection of Sadhana code and tribal identity that will matter the most. Moving on, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has detained Anmol Bishnoi, who's the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Anmol is currently being held in jail in the state of Iowa. According to reports, Anmol's detention has prompted Indian law enforcement agencies to engage with their U.S. counterparts in order to help secure his deportation or extradition to face charges in India. Now, sources have also said that he has been detained because of discrepancies found in his travel documents. Anmol is wanted for murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui and firing outside Bollywood actor Salman Khan's house. He was caught in California last Thursday. Well, time for a short break. We keep tracking those important elections happening in Jharkhand, Maharashtra and 15 constituencies across the country. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Guyana as he completes his three-nation tour. Prime Minister Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit this country in the last 56 years.
शिवाजी महाराज की त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Well, it's an important day today, polling day in Maharashtra, Jharkhand and 15 other constituencies in the country where by-polls are taking place. Maharashtra has registered 18% voter turnout till 11 a.m. and Jharkhand has seen about 31% voter turnout. We are hoping that these numbers, especially in Maharashtra, go up. We're tracking those elections very closely for you. We're going to tell you what voters want and who are the voters who actually turned up in polling booths. We are tracking that very closely for you. But first, the headlines. State elections of national importance, voting in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, voting for by-polls in Kerala, Uttarakhand, Punjab, high-stakes battle across states. The Mahadangal in Mumbai is on. The city votes. In fact, only 15% voting has been recorded till now in India's financial capital. Thick smoke engulfs national capital. In fact, Delhi government employees have now been asked to work from home, 50% of them. Prime Minister Narendra Modi honoured in historic Guyana tour. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gets a key to the city of Georgetown. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi has been detained in the United States of America. US has said that it's closely working with Indian officials. Well, Well, India's financial capital, Mumbai, with 36 seats, important seats, is voting today. It's going to be largely a battle of the Senas. Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena versus Uddhav Bal Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde, of course, is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. 15% polling has been recorded in Mumbai till 11 a.m. Quite a low voter turnout in the city that's often known for its urban apathy. And 36 assembly constituencies there, several key battles there. BJP's Mumbai dominance is also being challenged by the realignments that have taken place in the last 5 years. Joining me now is my colleague Radhika, who's been tracking Mumbai very closely for us. Radhika, Mumbai is often known for its urban apathy, but clearly there is a certain sense of skepticism with politics, because it seems like Mumbaikars do feel that politics goes on as usual, regardless of who is in power. Tell us what our voters who have actually come out to vote today are saying.
I wish I could tell you what the voters have to say, because we are seeing nearly empty queues here in this constituency in Bandra East. But I will try and go across to a few voters. As you can see, no long queues. Of course, this is lunch hour. Perhaps it will pick up pace in some time. But hardly many voters, any voters in this particular polling booth here in Bandra East. We just saw some time back Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, casting their vote in this particular constituency. This is where Varun Sardesai is contesting against Zishan Siddiqui, both big names as far as this particular constituency is concerned. Let me just go across to a couple of voters. Hi, you just voted just now, and absolutely no queues. What is going on?
Actually, there is a lot of confusion. There are two Jishan Siddiqui. One is Jishan Baba Siddiqui, another one is Jishan Siddiqui.
Okay.
So similar names and symbols, like which alliance, who represent which alliance.
That seems deliberate.
All the people inside are confused whom to vote, because they do not know assembly constituency candidate, but they know overall whom they are supposed to vote for.
Okay, so what are the issues that you're voting for? Bandra East is where Matoshri is, the Thackeray family resides here. So what have been your issues as residents of this constituency?
We are voting on a nation basis, so
Okay.
that's it.
Okay. Any issues that you want to talk about? What changes would you like to see?
No, we are happy with what the current government is doing.
Okay. So no changes at all. Everything is fine. Okay. So perhaps urban apathy is something we should speak about, since we are not seeing long queues here.
Right.
Don't you think more young people should come out and vote?
Right, they should. They should.
Okay. All right. So, hardly any voters in this constituency, as I was pointing out. And we're talking about 16% voting till now, till 11 a.m. We'll get to know of 1 p.m. numbers in just a bit. And we're talking about 36 constituencies in the city of Mumbai. It's a Wednesday. The Election Commission decided to strategically hold the elections on a weekday, but despite that, we're really not seeing that kind of turnout that one would expect on a day like this. But yes, as you said, high-stakes battle as far as the entire state of Maharashtra is concerned. There is a lot of voter confusion, as well as she was pointing out. There is a Zishan Baba Siddiqui and a Zishan Siddiqui as well, something that is seen in many other polling booths as well, and other constituencies as well, where there is a similarity as far as names of contestants, and that is sometimes done deliberately by certain independents and certain parties. But talking about the battle in itself, in Mumbai you have big names such as Aditya Thackeray, Milind Deora contesting from Worli constituency, again high stakes battle. And here, as I mentioned, Zishan Varun, and of course across Maharashtra you have the CM and deputy CMs also contesting, be it Baramati, be it Nagpur or Thane. You are seeing high stakes battle there, and it is a battle of survival. It is a battle of identity as far as Sena is concerned. In more than 50 seats in 288 member constituency, you're seeing Sena versus Sena, and NCP versus NCP in several parts of western Maharashtra, and close to 75 seats is where BJP is contesting against Congress, especially in regions such as Vidarbha. So it is an identity survival battle for regional parties, and for national parties it is, one would say, a battle of prestige.
Absolutely, Radhika. Also, earlier today you spoke to Piyush Goyal, Senior Minister, Minister for Commerce and Industry in the Modi cabinet, and he is a Mumbai boy. He's a Mumbaikar. He's also the MP of the BJP from North Mumbai. Let's listen into what he said.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I am very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
Well, Milind Deora there, the Shiv Sena contestant, the Shiv Sena candidate from the high-profile constituency of Worli, which is where Aditya Thackeray is also contesting from. Milind Deora is, of course, a former minister, but he is a Shiv Sena MP there, and he is, of course, fighting this very difficult battle. But remember, while Mumbai is the city of dreams, it's also the city of stars. It's also known for its voter apathy, which is why several celebrities coming out and voting in large numbers is actually the best way to get voters out of their homes to vote, from Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao to Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar. Several celebrities were seen voting in the booths of Mumbai today. Let's take a look.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितने भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए। ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ। सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए।
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए। इससे बड़ा, एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता। कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे, फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है। It's cool to be a person who goes and casts his or her vote. Be cool.
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है।
प्रॉब्लम इश्यूज इज इवन वी हैव टू बी एज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो। हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते। लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का। वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है। ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है, वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए।
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country, and I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
Well, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also cast his vote. Remember that he is also one of the contenders there. He is contesting from his regular constituency in Thane. Let's look at those visuals. There casting is his vote from his constituency, and on the other side you see Uddhav Thackeray and his family. Remember, Matoshri is in the constituency of Vandre East, and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is at the center of this battle, he has cast his vote there from his constituency in Shinde.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है, ये उत्सव है, ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है, लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था, और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने, और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था, हमने उसको शुरू किया।
Eknath Shinde, there, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, speaking to media after casting his vote. Remember, he's also a contestant from his constituency of Kopri Pachpakudi there. And also, let's listen in to Congress Chief of Maharashtra, Nana Patole, who's also contesting this time. Let's listen in to what he said. He's contesting from his regular constituency in Vidarbha.
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर राज्य में कांग्रेस की सबसे ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट चुन के आएंगे और महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आएंगी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा कि कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े ये पैसे बांटते हुए पकड़े गए। बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा।
Nana Patole there, one of Maharashtra's faces, Maharashtra Congress faces from Vidarbha. Talking about Vidarbha, BJP's senior minister Nitin Gadkari, the Nagpur MP, also voted today. In fact, he spoke to NDTV on what he thinks of these elections. Let's listen in to his conversation with my colleague Anurag Dwari.
We have with us Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, how confident are you about the prospects of BJP in Maharashtra and especially in Vidarbha?
I am 100% confident at any cost. 100% it is favor to BJP, and with the positivity and for the development, the people of Vidarbha will vote for BJP and Mahayuti. That I am very much confident about it.
But during the last elections, we have seen, the performance of the BJP was not at, what used to be. So what was the reason during the last election?
At that time, the voter was confused by Congress party, and they creating confusion in the mind of the people about the constitution. And their argument was that if the BJP will get 400 seats, they will change the constitution of Baba Sahib. And that was the argument. We don't want to change the constitution. We are very much committed for that. But at the time, particularly in Raebareli, when Indiraji got elected, after that the High Court, Allahabad, had taken the decision against them. That time it's unfortunate for the democracy. The emergency started in the country, and at that time, Congress party has taken a lot of decisions where they make a lot of amendment in the constitution. And after Janata Party in 1977, they actually all rectify that. So that is the reason the party who actually damaged the constitution, they are trying to convince the people about they have to save the constitution. That is to be a big controversy. So now people understand the truth. So there is no problem. 100% we are going to win this election.
But don't you think the videos coming just before the elections, BJP leaders with huge currency, and then the whole entire Bitcoin scandal about Supriya Sule and NCP leaders involving few policemen also. The voter is also asked questions from both the parties.
Actually, these are the non-issues. It don't have any importance. People are going to vote for development, and they are going to judge who is the party and who are the leaders who can change their future.
As far as the development is concerned, that is to be the biggest criteria of the people. And for that reason, people will vote for BJP and alliance, a Mahayuti alliance.
So my last question, who will be the CM, sir?
It is to be elected, representative going to decide about it.
Nagpur MP and one of BJP's critical faces from Vidarbha, Nitin Gadkari, senior minister in the Modi cabinet, speaking to NDTV exclusively. We'll also tell you what really happened in the run-up to the polling day. In fact, scam versus scam hit the state of Maharashtra, where Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi also traded charges against each other. Mahayuti, in fact, alleged a Bitcoin scam involving senior Mahavikas Aghadi leaders, including Supriya Sule and Congress chief of the state, Nana Patole. Supriya Sule has dismissed the charges, saying that the voice in the clip shown by the BJP was not hers. Meanwhile, BJP leaders have been booked in a cash for vote scam. BJP General Secretary in the state, Vinod Tavde, who is at the center of the storm, has completely rejected these allegations, calling them baseless. Let's listen into what Mr. Tavde said and also what Ms. Supriya Sule said after the controversy broke out.
बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। विनोद जी, वोटिंग से कुछ घंटे पहले आप पे वोट से पहले नोट बांटने का आरोप लगा है। उन तस्वीरों को भी एक्सप्लेन करिए जहां पर लिफाफे से नोट निकल रहे हैं, डायरी लहराई जा रही है, आप बेबस बैठे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, पानी पी रहे हैं। इन तमाम तस्वीरों से वोटर्स में कैसा संदेश गया कि वो आरोप सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, पानी पीना से क्या आदमी गिल्टी होता है?
बेबस दिख रहे हैं आप।
कोई ऐसा है कि वहाँ जब जैसे महाविकास आघाड़ी के लोग आ गए, बहुजन विकास आघाड़ी, तो वहाँ के डीसीपी मुझे कह रहे कि आप सीनियर है, आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अगर निकल जाऊँगा तो यहाँ हंगामा हो जाएगा। इफ़ आई एम देयर आई विल कंट्रोल इट। नंबर 1, मेरा मानना है कि सुप्रिया ताई राहुल गांधी ने 5 करोड़ का आरोप किया, तो वहाँ मिले भी नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन को। तो वो 5 करोड़ अगर मेरे पास थे, ये इन्होंने कंफर्म किया होगा, तो इन्होंने मुझे लौटाने चाहिए। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वहाँ पर जो लोग नोट दिखा रहे थे या डायरी दिखा रहे थे, वो कोई मेरी डायरी थी नहीं। मेरी डायरी तो इतनी छोटी सी है, इसमें चिल्लर रहती है, बड़े नोट रहते भी नहीं है। नंबर 2, जो इंक्वायरी करनी है, मैं वहाँ एंटर करने से सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, मेरी गाड़ी इलेक्शन कमीशन चेक की, उसमें कुछ मिला नहीं। तो जो चेक करना है करे। 40 साल से मैं राजनीति में हूँ, कभी 1 पैसा किसी को दिया नहीं किसी वोट के लिए।
ठीक है, अब उसका मैं काउंटर क्वेश्चन एक पूछना चाहती हूँ। पहला ये 9,93,500 रुपए जो मिले वो कहाँ से आए?
9,93,000 की जो कैश थी वो हमारे चुनाव प्रमुख ने कहा कि हमने ऑलरेडी आज के फूड पैकेट जो बूथ पे जाते हैं उसके पेमेंट की थी और वो चुनाव आयोग के अकाउंट्स में पहले ही लिखी है।
कल मीडिया की तरफ से मुझे ये सब वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग्स और कुछ भेजा गया। जब मेरे हाथ में आया, मैंने पहली चीज़ की कि मैंने पूना के कमिश्नर साहब को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कमिश्नर जी को बोला कि ये फेक कुछ वीडियोस चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको भेज रही हूँ, मुझे साइबर क्राइम में कंप्लेन करनी है। तो उन्होंने कहा ज़रूर आप करिए। मैंने फट से साइबर क्राइम में ऑनलाइन में कंप्लेन कर दी। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली। उसके बाद मैंने वकीलों को मेरे फ़ोन किया और आज सुबह मैंने श्री त्रिवेदी जी को मैंने एक क्रिमिनल डेफमेशन नोटिस भेजी है।
Let's now talk about the prestige battle in Baramati, the Pawar bastion, which also witnessed a high-profile battle in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. Supriya Sule versus Sunetra Pawar. Of course, Supriya Sule became the MP from Baramati, and this time it's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar versus his nephew and the grandnephew of Sharad Pawar, Yugendra Pawar, that is at stakes here. In fact, it's a high-stakes Pawar family showdown that is happening. The focus, of course, is on Baramati. Will Ajit Pawar secure 8th term by defeating his nephew? NDTV exclusive with Ajit Pawar, and also we spoke to his nephew Yogendra Pawar, who's also his contesting against him. Both Pawar family factions and factions of the party are confident of victory for them respectively.
पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे।
के सामने कुल 23 उम्मीदवार हैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, लेकिन सबसे कड़े उम्मीदवार जो है वो हमें लगता है कि अजीत पवार जी, जो कि 7 बार यहाँ से विधायक चुने जा चुके हैं। 1991 से लगातार वो यहाँ के एमएलए रहे हैं। कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण आप इसे मानते हैं?
ठीक है, पर वो साथी इलेक्शन में पवार साहब की साथ थी, उनको पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद था, सपोर्ट था, इसलिए वो वहाँ
अब तक जीत कर आए। आपका कहना है कि अब तक शरद पवार जी का आशीर्वाद था उनको, इसीलिए अब तक वो जीतते रहे।
मतलब इसलिए उनको लोगों का भी आशीर्वाद मिलता था, पर अभी पवार साहब उनके साथ नहीं है, मतलब वही छोड़ के गए। और पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद और हम एक साथ है, पवार साहब भी हमारे साथ है, और जहाँ पवार साहब है वहाँ बारामती की जनता है।
My colleague Jitendra Dixit joins us from Baramati. Jitendra Dixit, tell us how critical is this battle for the Sharad Pawar family and for Ajit Pawar specifically, because it's a lot about his survival, and how are people of the constituency looking at this?
Right, Vasudha, as far as people are concerned, people of Baramati are experiencing a feeling of deja vu. Just 5 months ago during Lok Sabha elections, there was a contest between two family members of Pawar, and once again in this Vidhan Sabha election, again two family members of the same family are contesting against each other. Ajit Pawar, who is sitting MLA from the Baramati constituency, is being challenged by his own nephew, Yugendra Pawar, and there is a fierce contest between uncle and nephew at this level, and also at a broader level where Sharad Pawar's party is being challenged by Ajit Pawar's NCP, and at different constituencies there is a fierce contest between the candidates of two parties. As far as this Baramati constituency is concerned, there are total 24 number of candidates on this seat, and but the most fierce contest, the most bitter contest is between Ajit Pawar, who has been MLA from this seat for 7 times. Since 1991 he has remained undefeated on this seat, but this time Yugendra Pawar is challenging him, and Yugendra is banking upon the goodwill of his grand uncle Sharad Pawar, and believes that so far Ajit Pawar has been capitalizing over Sharad Pawar's influence in the constituency, but this time Sharad Pawar is with Yugendra and he will be able to win the seat. I have a local voter here, Swaraj Doshi. He is also a political enthusiast. Let's talk to him and let's ask him, what do you think, who is having an edge over this particular seat?
Okay, talking about Baramati constituency, dilemma is quite prevalent today also. As we see, Ajit Dada Pawar has a quite very well edge on this seat, considering the development policies and infrastructure which he has brought in. Also, the voters have a quite sentimental wave regarding Pawar Sahab. The narrative that went in was Lok Sabha Tai and Vidhan Sabha Dada. Let's see how this works out, but overall edge stands with Ajit Dada as of now.
Okay, so as he has explained that people of Baramati have decided that in Lok Sabha they will be favoring Supriya Sule, and in Vidhan Sabha Ajit Pawar. But this is just a hypothetical statement. Let us see what happens on 23rd of November when EVM machines are opened and what they throw up as results. But if I talk about the voters turnout, in the morning we had witnessed long queues outside various polling booths. But this particular polling booth where I am standing right now, Supriya Sule had voted here along with her other family members. But in the afternoon time, I see that number has diminished. The number of voters had diminished and very few people are coming out to vote, which is quite in contrast with the Lok Sabha time when it was very hot and humid here in Baramati. But still, there were large queues being witnessed. There was a very good number of voter turnout that time in Lok Sabha. But this time in Vidhan Sabha, we are witnessing a very contrasting picture. Vasudha.
Thank you, Jitendra Dixit, for joining us with those details. But let's also now talk about the important 15 by-polls that are happening across the country, of course, in 6 states. And over to some breaking news now. ECI has cracked the whip on UP. In fact, Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party Supremo, has asked voters to go back to polling booths. Some of them have said that they were harassed and they were sent back. BJP has in fact approached the ECI again, saying that some of the voters, many voters are being allowed to vote despite their identification ID not being there. My colleague Tanushka joins us with more details on this. Tanushka has been reporting from Ghaziabad, which is also witnessing one of those important by-polls today. Tanushka, tell us what is this flashpoint between the Samajwadi Party and the BJP now?
Well, the Samajwadi Party came out with, video proof of people not being allowed to go into polling booths across Uttar Pradesh and people being stopped to go into polling. I am also currently outside one of the polling booths in Ghaziabad. But what we know as of now is that the Election Commission has whipped the police personnel in these districts and has taken action on these cops as well after complaints, after voters complained of harassment and that they were not being allowed to go inside to cast their vote. The Election Commission has suspended some police personnel as well in Uttar Pradesh. 2 sub-inspectors in Kanpur have been suspended, and taking note of this, that Election Commission has taken active action on this, complaint by the Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh Yadav has also come out urging the voters to go back and cast their vote. He's urged all the voters that if, this time round they're not allowed, then they can directly, raise complaints or raise the issue as well. But he's urged all of these voters who were not allowed to cast their vote to go back to these voting stations, and police personnel. New deployment has also happened across all 9 districts, and tighter security measures are also being taken to ensure now that this sort of a thing is not repeated, wherein of course the voters are not being allowed to go in to cast their vote. This is after the Election Commission has taken action by suspending a few police personnel in Uttar Pradesh.
Right, Tanushka, important detail there. Samajwadi Party accusing police of deterring some people from casting votes in Uttar Pradesh, where bypolls are underway in 9 constituencies, and the BJP alleging that faces of certain women voters are not visible and not aligned with their ID cards, and that is something that they are hoping that ECI will be cognizant of. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to another important state where polling is happening in 38 constituencies. This is the second phase of elections in Jharkhand, where the campaign was centered around tribal identity and also BJP's aggressive push around infiltrators from Bangladesh, that the party said was completely responsible for the reduction in tribal numbers. And of course, the JMM campaign was led by the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, plus the Congress, and that coalition's focus was completely on welfare and also their own understanding of tribal identity, focusing on the Sadhana code. Today's elections in Jharkhand are focused on Santal Parganas. Santal Parganas is voting today, and Santal Parganas is seen as a tribal heartland of Jharkhand, very, very critical for the tribal identity and also something that was very important for the formation of the state in 2000.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
मैं ये समझती हूँ कि उतने कम वक्त में मैंने पूरी अपनी मेहनत लगा के पूरा जी तोड़ मेहनत किया है और लोगों को वो सुविधाएं दी हैं जो उनका हक है। और कहीं ना कहीं अगर इतने कम कार्यकाल में मैंने इतना काम किया है तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 5 साल तो मेरे लिए बहुत लंबा रहेगा और उस समय मेरे पास बहुत समय भी रहेगा और बहुत काम करने के लिए वक्त भी रहेगा। और आपकी अबुआ सरकार के लिए आपके हेमंत दादा, हेमंत बेटा ने जी तोड़ मेहनत की है इस उतार चढ़ाव के कार्यकाल में, जहाँ हेमंत सोरेन जी को जेल भी जाना पड़ा, लेकिन उन्होंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी और झारखंड के मान सम्मान हक के लिए लड़ाई को बुलंद किया है। मैं चाहती हूं कि आप अपना प्यार, अपना आशीर्वाद हेमंत सोरेन जी और हमारी महागठबंधन को दें।
My colleague Prabhakar joins me. He's been tracking Jharkhand elections very closely. Prabhakar, you've not just been to urban constituencies but also to rural constituencies. We've been speaking about urban apathy in the city of Mumbai. How is it looking like in Jharkhand?
Yeah, even in Jharkhand, if you talk about the urban constituencies, that apathy is there visible. But I have moved on. I decided to move on from the urban areas to rural areas. As you can see, very soothing visuals coming from here. Long queue of women voters, even men voters, and it's already 1:30, and they are telling me that since morning this queue has not broken. So this is continuing, this entire queue of voters waiting for their turn. And if you go by these numbers, if you go by these visuals, it should easily, the voting percentage here should easily cross somewhere around 75 to 80%. But what happens eventually is that apathy of urban voters drags down the entire voting percentage, and it would land somewhere around 50 to 60%. But kudos to these rural voters, these voters from the rural area. They are lining up here since morning, and they are refusing to kind of give up, and they are waiting for their turn. And that queue of voters has almost touched the road out there. It's a school campus, and they have actually this queue has moved out of the campus now. Yeah. And talking about the second phase, the importance of the second phase as we were discussing, it's a tribal heartland, Santhal Pargana and the Koilanchal. These are the two regions which are going to poll today. Koilanchal happens to be the industrial area of Jharkhand. This is the Dhanbad and Bokaro area. But most important politically is Santhal Pargana. That is a tribal heartland that has always been ruled by JMM. That is where the emergence of JMM happened as a political party. Emergence of Shibu Soren and Hemant Soren happened as political leaders. BJP this time tried to create a narrative on the ground by talking about the illegal immigrants and kind of try to dent into the tribal vote bank, the traditional tribal vote bank of JMM. So today it would be a very interesting testing ground whether BJP has succeeded in doing so or not, because if the number of seats in the Santhal Pargana area, which is dominated by JMM, if that falls and BJP is able to score some numbers over there, that would be a very interesting perspective to see. So today, that way, it is a very crucial day for BJP as well.
Right. Also, Prabhakar, tell us a little bit about the important candidates who are contesting there, specifically from the Soren family, because not just Basant Soren, but also Durga Soren is contesting, but of course from a different party.
Yeah, 4 Sorens are in fray actually, 3 of them from JMM. You talk about Hemant Soren himself, then his wife Kalpana Soren, who is I always tell her she is the rising star of JMM, the way she has been campaigning all single-handedly without the support of any of those leaders, and she has been like the crowd puller, the real big crowd puller over there. Then you have Basant Soren, who happens to be Chief Minister's brother. He is contesting from Dumka, and then Durga Soren, who is contesting on the BJP ticket. So there are 4 Sorens in fray. Then you have Babulal Marandi, who is a BJP state president and a former chief minister. You have Sudesh Mehto, who is the AJSU, All Jharkhand Student Union chief, and he is a very important ally of NDA, contesting on 10 seats. Then you have 5 sitting ministers. You have leader of opposition also contesting in this particular phase, and then you have 11 former ministers. So as far as the big names in the fray are concerned, there are quite a them, and especially the Soren family, their fate, or all the 4 Soren family members, their fate would be decided today itself.
Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Let me also inform my viewers that till 1 p.m., 32.18% voter turnout has been recorded in Maharashtra. Disappointing yet, but of course the number is growing, and we hope that it at least touches 60-65%, which has been something that Maharashtra has been voting for. But the numbers in Mumbai have always been quite low. Urban apathy is something that Mumbai is known for. In Jharkhand, of course, a better picture, 47.9% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. This is what we know from the ECI numbers. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahadangal, Mumbai votes in key prestige battle has recorded around 30% voting till now. Big battle for Maharashtra Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Agadi. In other news, thick smog engulfs national capital. Employees, Delhi government employees, 50% of them could be working from home from now. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been honoured in historic Guyana tour of his. Prime Minister Modi also gets key to the city of Georgetown.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want
Welcome back. In the midst of soaring pollution levels in the national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party government in New Delhi has directed 50% of its employees to work from home. To reduce pollution, Delhi government has decided to implement work from home in government offices. 50% of employees will be working from home. For its implementation, a meeting will be held with officials today. That's what Delhi Environment Minister Gopal Rai posted on X today. Is remote work the only solution to Delhi's worsening pollution crisis? That's what we will discuss today. Joining us now is Pavleen Khandari, who is an environmentalist. We also have Jayadhar Gupta, who is the CEO and founder of Nirvana. He's also a clean air activist. Thank you both of you for joining me on this show. Pavleen, to you first. Is this, I mean, the first thing that came to my mind is this an acceptance of defeat, that none of the techniques, none of the strategies that the governments have been coming up with, be it, cloud seeding, artificial rain for that matter, efforts to reduce vehicular transmission, reducing construction, are none of this working, and is work from home going to be the new normal for not just students but also for working professionals?
Yeah, so quite obviously, because everything that's being done is, as pure, and it's mostly techno fixes, which are, mostly for optic purposes. And that is why nothing is working. What needs to be done is to work on the sources of emissions, to work on systemic changes that we've been repeating again and again. Now, speaking on, working from home, it may address the immediate concerns of air pollution, which is fine. But let's go back and think what happened in the last few years. So, let's consider the redevelopment of, say, 7 GPRA. GPRA, I'll just, for the viewers, I'll elaborate. It's a general pool residential accommodation that's made for the government employees. So you are encouraging the government employees to actually stay now within, the central Delhi, and, about hundreds and thousands of homes and massive office complexes that were built. Now, it's not about one government. See, that is the point, that citizens should not fall in this trap, because every one of them, this had started in 2012. It was a government which is in opposition now. Then it was, brought in by the ruling government, implemented by them. The state government gave tree cutting permissions, massive tree cutting permissions for that. So you can realize that, I mean, here you can just see that how short-sighted this planning is. How the state government's willingness to allow these large-scale deforestation projects. We're cutting 5 trees an hour in Delhi. How a government who's not cared about our children. I mean, I live near where the first project happened, the East Kidwai Nagar. Probably my children live with that, all the cement in their lungs. So every level of the decision that the governments take in the long run, in the systemic way, in structural ways, is going to matter. That is what is going to show and reflect. Right now, what is showing is all the poor decision making that is reflecting.
Right, so short-sighted is
right
what now. You're saying. That's a very valid point, Mr. Gupta. The other thing that came to my mind is Delhi is where the government is, and governments are supposed to be responsive. If 52% of government employees are working from home, how can we expect the government to be responsive? The first thing that came to my mind is also, where would people go to file their grievances or complaints? Would they find any people to reassure them or solve their problems? Is that going to be a problem with 50% of government employees working from home?
Look, actually, if I give you the example of Beijing, so China has moved their central government out of Beijing. They're about 32 kilometers outside the city. And I think we need to follow similar models of reverse urbanization. If we move central government out of Delhi, because actually central government has no role. And this is what we were doing with, Central Park, or what is the project, Bavreen, that the government... Central Vista, I'm sorry. We were opposing Central Vista. The central government has no role in the heart of the city. This is a city where we have too many people, we're above capacity, our sewerage is going untreated into the Yamuna, our air is not fit for human habitation, and we are just putting more and more people, because there's a lack of rural, opportunity in rural India. But it is a problem. The problem with our government in Delhi is that there is no scientific approach to the problem. They keep releasing these winter action plans that have no teeth. Actually, the report card is out. They have failed. Look at what the air is outside. There needs to be a scientific approach. At a level of 180, a Paris or even a Tehran, which is not a developed nation, capital of Iran, there's data that they banned all private vehicles and made public transportation free. At 180, at 500, 600, we have no mask mandate. People have not been given any health advisories. This is like, this is functioning like a banana republic, and we are making this into a political event because the Delhi election is around the corner.
Right.
So if in 10 years, you're behaving non-scientifically, as if you don't understand the problem and pretending each year that we got caught with our pants down, we didn't expect this. I'm sorry, we're not gonna not let them off this time.
Okay.
And I want all voters of Delhi to take cognizance as well. This is 10 years in office, and you don't know what to do with this problem that is a recurring problem year after year, and it's a 5-month problem. It's not a 5-day problem. It's a 5-month problem.
Mr. Gupta is also saying that the scientific solution is the way forward, but of course the political debate around that has also really peaked. Pavleen, what do you think is actually a good precedent that a city has set, especially for firms, for government employees, and also for working professionals, and even the fact that schools have to go online? In fact, yesterday, my son was saying that pollution is actually a season. A lot of little kids actually feel that pollution comes after summer. So that's really worrying. How do you see a scientific solution actually taking shape if there is political will?
Absolutely, you said it all in your question. Political will, intent, and doing the right things, because I think everybody needs to put their children's picture right there. And like you said, the little ones, we never knew what pollution is as we were growing, or even my children, they didn't come to this pollution season situation until they grew up. They were teens. So it's so important that the government works on the systemic changes, the problems that are there right now. It's extremely important to understand all our pollution boards are short-staffed. Our authorities are all short-staffed. The police or the fire department, the MCD. Right now, it's easy for Grab to just impose Grab and say that, okay, stop the trucks. I mean, has anybody gone there? The police personnel are actually standing there for 48 hours. They don't have training for an emergency procedures. The SOPs are not in place. There is no equipment for whether the forest department, for the pollution boards. How is that going to work? They have to strengthen these departments. They have to empower the regulatory bodies. Right. Only then the change will come in. By just giving these visuals of a small gun, how can water help PM 2.5? These are wrong narratives. And now you see these RWAs and some people actually sprinkling water over their buildings and thinking that they've worked on pollution. It's so wrong when the leaders will lead wrong narratives.
Absolutely.
This is
So
very
sustainable
dangerous.
scientific solutions are the way forward. Thank you, Pavleen. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for joining us and for making those points and making it clear that while scientific solutions are the way forward, it's also political will that can drive this. Moving on to other stories, Guyana and Barbados are all set to confer their top awards to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the midst of his ongoing historic visit to Guyana, also known as South America's land of giants. Upon his arrival in capital Georgetown, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in fact received key to the city of Georgetown by the city's mayor. This was also extended to symbolize trust and growing friendship between the nations. This apart receiving a resounding welcome from the Indian diaspora in this country. Moving on, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has detained Anmol Bishnoi, who is the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Anmol is currently being held in a jail in the state of Iowa. In fact, according to reports, what we learn is that Anmol's detention has prompted Indian law agencies to engage with their U.S. counterparts in order to help secure his extradition to face charges in India. Sources have also told NDTV that Mr. Bishnoi has been detained because of some discrepancies found in his travel documents. Anmol, remember, is wanted for his murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui and firing outside actor Salman Khan's residence in Mumbai. He was caught in California last Thursday. My colleague Ghazali joins us with more details on this. Ghazali, tell us what is going to be the process now that Anmol Bishnoi has been detained there. How difficult is it for India to get him back?
See, Anmol Bishnoi has been detained for forging his documents because if you remember in 2023 when when Sidhu 2022 when Sidhu Moosewala was killed, just a couple of months ago before he was killed, Anmol Bishnoi has left India and he had moved to Canada. From there we are being told that perhaps on forged documents he moved to US, and there he has been detained by the US Customs Department and Customs and Immigration Department, and they are also in touch with FBI. Now FBI is also holding DNA tests to ascertain his identity. The US Embassy here in Delhi has confirmed that they are in touch with the Indian law enforcement authorities, because besides red corner notices, Anmol Bishnoi has been named in multiple high-profile cases, recent being the Baba Siddique murder case in Mumbai, firing incident outside Salman Khan's house, and also is named in Sidhu Moosewala's killing back in Punjab. Now, how this extradition will work, the Indian authorities are already in touch with the US counterparts, and after his identity will be ascertained, and then a formal treaty, as per the formal treaty, if the US agrees, then he will be sent back, because this is not a high-profile crime for which he has been detained. It's just the customs and a case of overstay on forged documents. So he'll have to see how the court decides on his detention there on the current case, and then after that, perhaps with the coordination with Indian authorities, and if US government agrees for it, then he will be deported back to India.
Right. That was Mohammad Ghazali reporting on basically Anmol Bishnoi's detention and the process to his extradition to India. Remember that India is already in talks with the US to facilitate that. Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं
की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
The Election Commission cracks the whip in Uttar Pradesh, where by-polls are underway. Cops are suspended. This action taken after the police turned voters away. This was highlighted by several politicians. Akhilesh Yadav urges voters to go back and cast their vote. It's the day of reckoning in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Maharashtra polling is underway, while in Jharkhand it's the second and final phase of the elections. Till 1 p.m., 32.18% voter turnout in Maharashtra, while in Jharkhand it has been 47.9%. So in Maharashtra, the big battle between the Mahayuti versus the MVA. In Maximum City, voter turnout till 1 p.m. is 27.7%, but some polling booths are seen to be empty, like in South Mumbai and the Kolaba polling booth, empty chairs are seen. And it's the third day of severe air pollution in the national capital region. Now the Delhi government decides that 50% Delhi government employees will work from home in a measure to counter traffic and bring down the pollution, as well as for the health of the employees. And the Prime Minister is on the last leg of his foreign tour in Guyana, and the Prime Minister gets a key to the city of Georgetown in honor for the Indian Prime Minister.
and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and it's election day today in Jharkhand as well as in Maharashtra, where key battles are playing out. Voting underway for 288 seats in Maharashtra, in Jharkhand across 38 constituencies. It's the second and final day of polling there. There are also by-polls that are underway in 15 assembly seats across UP, Punjab, Kerala and Uttarakhand. And all day today, we've been bringing you all the very latest. And the big breaking news now coming in from Uttar Pradesh is the Election Commission has cracked the whip there and taken action against the police. This is after complaints of harassment by the police also being turned away from polling booths by police. So the Election Commission, they're acting fast. One has to say, after these complaints were made and cops have now been suspended. Remember, this has been a big complaint by opposition leaders that very often in particular areas, in certain pockets, that they see that the cops are very hostile, and Akhilesh Yadav now has urged voters that go back and cast your vote. He said those who have been turned away, go back and cast your vote. Samajwadi Party very optimistic about these by-elections in Uttar Pradesh. Let's just listen into what the Samajwadi Party chief had to say.
जब से बोर्ड पढ़ना शुरू हुआ है तब से शिकायत आना शुरू हो गई हैं। ये तमाम शिकायतें हम लोग कर चुके हैं। लगता यह है कि चुनाव आयोग की इंद्रियां काम नहीं कर रही हैं, न उसे दिखाई दे रहा है न सुनाई दे रहा है। बीजेपी ये चुनाव बोर्ड से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाह रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये उपचुनाव बोर्ड से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाहती है। भाजपा हार के डर से प्रशासन पर बेईमानी करने का दबाव बना रही है।
All right, let's go across to Tanushka now, who joins us from Uttar Pradesh, from Ghaziabad there. And Tanushka, tell us more about what has happened. What were the complaints exactly? We're seeing some of those visuals, the Election Commission really, stepping in and taking action against the cops. Akhilesh Yadav saying the BJP wants to win not through votes, through court. But give us the very latest.
Right, Gargi. So video proof of, this scuffle, or rather this sort of an altercation between the police personnel as well as UP candidates and the people who have come to these booths to vote has also come out, which has been posted on the social media platform X of the Samajwadi Party. And in these videos, what we can understand is that the police is checking the voter ID cards and other identity cards of these voters, which is not allowed. So thereafter, the Samajwadi Party raised a complaint with the Election Commission that, the police personnel in Uttar Pradesh is creating problems and is not allowing voters from going inside the voting booths to cast their vote, which is, of course, constitutionally not right to do. And after this, the Election Commission has taken very prompt action and suspended a few police personnel across a few districts in Uttar Pradesh. In Kanpur, 2 sub-inspectors have been suspended, and in Muzaffarnagar now as well, which is where this scuffle broke out between the police personnel and Uttar Pradesh candidate from the AIMIM party. After this, 2 police personnel from Muzaffarnagar have also been suspended. And across all these 9 districts, the police personnel, there's been new deployment, and have also been told that, now these voters who have been urged by Akhilesh Yadav to come back to their voting booths to cast their vote now. After this action was taken by the Election Commission, he's urged all voters to come back to their voting booths to cast their vote. And if this time round they're again, not permitted to go to their booths to cast their vote, then they may directly raise complaints with the ECI. After this, of course, the ECI took prompt action, and, as a rollout of that, as we are seeing that these people are now being urged by Akhilesh Yadav to return to the voting booths to exercise their constitutional right.
That's right, Tanushka. And, the Election Commission, they're stepping in after this criticism. This has been a common complaint by leaders in UP that during elections, particular communities are harassed, that women in burqas are sometimes asked for, the check by the cops. So all this is very, hostile behavior towards them, and the Election Commission suspending cops. Let's now focus, Tanushka, on the other issue we were speaking about the scuffle that took place. Remember, there are 9 by-polls seats that have gone to the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh, and that's a video really of this scuffle that has taken place. This is the Muzaffarnagar Mirapur by-election, where, as Tanushka said, there was a confrontation between the MIM candidate and the police. The candidate Arshad Rana and the police engaged in this scuffle, and the candidate's son was taken into custody. So here as well, some action has been taken. Give us the details.
What we know is exactly this, Gargi, that, this UP Mirapur candidate Arshad's son has been taken into custody after a scuffle broke out between him and the police personnel out there at the, polling booth, after there was some sort of a misunderstanding, as well as, again, the same thing that we're seeing in Muzaffarnagar as well, wherein the police personnel are checking the identity cards of these voters who are going in, which is not allowed to do as per the rules and regulations of the elections which are held. So as per this, and as a fallout of this, again the Election Commission has suspended 2 sub-inspectors in Muzaffarnagar, taking action, taking stock of the situation that broke out in Muzaffarnagar as well.
All right, so action taking place by the Election Commission. There were complaints of perhaps a mobile phone being taken also into the booth. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with all those developments in Uttar Pradesh, where voters were turned away, and the Election Commission has suspended cops. Also, cops suspended after a scuffle, and Akhilesh Yadav appealing to voters to return to those polling booths. Well, let's now turn our focus to Maharashtra, where polling is also underway, and to financial capital and maximum city Mumbai, where there's been some concern over slow voting in the morning time, but now at 1 p.m. the total voter turnout in Mumbai is at 27.7%. So hopefully Mumbai will not be struck by that low voter trend that one has often seen in our big cities, especially in Mumbai, where there's a lot of talk around apathy of the voters. There you can see some of the top leaders who came out earlier today. Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray come to cast their vote. Aditya Thackeray is contesting from Worli, and where Milind Deora is the candidate that he is up against. So there in Mumbai, there are 36 assembly constituencies in the Mumbai region, and the BJP's dominance really challenged by the realignments that we've seen in this particular election over the last 2 years that we have seen in Maharashtra. Let's just listen into what a member of parliament from Mumbai, Piyush Goyal, had to say, where he, and Union Minister, where he made an appeal for voters to really come out and cast their votes, and said that our focus is on development. We want to help the state develop.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है। ये उत्सव है, ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है। लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था हमने उसको शुरू किया।
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर राज्य में कांग्रेस की सबसे ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट चुन के आएंगे और महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आएंगी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा कि कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े ये पैसे बांटते हुए पकड़े गए। बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा।
And when we talk about Mumbai, we of course have to talk about about Bollywood and the stars there. And Mumbai is known for voter apathy. This morning there were several celebrity voters, stars who had come out to cast their vote and also appeal to Mumbaikars to come out and cast their votes as well. And Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao were all seen this morning coming out to cast their vote. Ranveer Singh as well, Karan Johar there also casting his vote. Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar, who is something of a mascot for the Mumbai elections. There have been recorded messages of his going out to citizens, asking them to come out and make sure that they visit their polling booth and cast their vote. Let's just listen in to what some of them had to say this morning.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितनी भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए। ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ। सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए।
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए। इससे बड़ा एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता। कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे, फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है। इट्स कूल टू बी अ पर्सन हु गोज एंड कास्ट हिज और हर वोट। बी कूल।
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है।
The problem issues is even we have to be as responsible. बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो, हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते। लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का, वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए। और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है, ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है, वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए।
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country, and I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
All right, so there we saw some, film stars talking about polling and coming out to cast their vote in Mumbai, and let's just listen into Ranbir Kapoor as well.
यह आपका फर्ज है टू वोट। अगर आपने अभी तक वोट नहीं किया है तो प्लीज आइए। जो फैसिलिटी है पार्लियन में, दिस इज ओपन टिल 8 बजे तक खुला है, सो प्लीज कम एंड कास्ट योर वोट।
See you. All right, so that's a look at Mumbai and seeing how Maximum City is coming out to cast their vote, and celebrities there making appeals, and let's really hope that that voter apathy one hears about in Mumbai is not seen this time around, and that people come out. 27.7% polling has taken place till 1 o'clock in Maximum City. But let's look at the larger picture, Maharashtra, and this is the big battle for Maharashtra, where the ruling BJP-led Mahayuti alliance vying to retain power, the Mahavikas Aghadi combine, hoping for a strong comeback. It's an election that is seeing, a very changed political landscape in the state, and one that can impact the national landscape as well. There's been 32.18% polling recorded in the entire state till 1 p.m. If we take a look at some of the key leaders, there's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has really emerged as a tall leader after breaking away from the Shiv Sena, splitting it into two, taking a majority of the MLAs with him. And he is someone who recently announced the Ladki Behan scheme, which is said to be a big game changer, perhaps, especially getting that woman vote that everyone vies for. You have Deputy Chief Minister Devinder Fadnavis defending his stronghold in Nagpur Southwest. NCP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who is seeking to retain the family bastion of Baramati, but a very, again, a split in the family there as he takes on his nephew and the candidate for the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP. There are various factors that are being talked about in this election in Maharashtra. Everybody is also saying there's no overarching issue, that it is various mini elections, that each region has its own separate issue, whether it be agrarian crisis, the soybean farmers, whether it be coastal issues, whether it be urban issues, or even about jobs in certain urban centers. Also OBC consolidation, Maratha reservation are also something that could impact the elections. That will only, what really has played out will be known only on counting day. Also, the number of candidates has significantly increased, so many smaller parties and rebels there in the fray. Now, we spoke, NDTV's Anurag Dwari spoke to Nitin Gadkari, who in Nagpur, who hit out at the Congress for spreading a false narrative, saying that the Congress is the only one who ever tampered with the Constitution, and we will never change the Constitution.
We have with us Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, how confident are you about the prospects of BJP in Maharashtra and especially in Vidarbha?
I am 100% confident at any cost. 100% it is favor to BJP, and with the positivity and for the development, the people of Vidarbha will vote for BJP and Mahayuti. That I am very much confident about it.
But during the last elections, we have seen, the performance of the BJP was not at, what used to be. So what was the reason during the last election?
At that time, the voter was confused by Congress party, and they creating confusion in the mind of the people about the Constitution. And their argument was that if the BJP will get 400 seats, they will change the Constitution of Baba Sahib. And that was the argument. We don't want to change the Constitution. We are very much committed for that. By the time, particularly in Raebareli, when Indiraji got elected, after that the High Court, Allahabad, had taken the decision against them. That time it's unfortunate for the democracy. The emergency started in the country, and at that time Congress party has taken a lot of decisions where they make a lot of amendment in the Constitution. And after Janata Party in 1977, they actually all rectified that. So that is the reason the party who actually damaged the Constitution, they are trying to convince the people about they have to save the Constitution. That is to be a big controversy. So now people understand the truth. So there is no problem. 100% we are going to win this election.
But don't you think the videos coming just before the elections, BJP leaders with huge currency, and then the whole entire Bitcoin scandal about Supriya Sule and NCP leaders involving few policemen also. The voter is also asked questions from both the parties.
Actually, these are the non-issues. It don't have any importance. People are going to vote for development, and they are going to judge who is the party and who are the leaders who can change their future. As far as the development is concerned, that is to be the biggest criteria of the people, and for that reason, people will vote for BJP and alliance, a Mahayuti alliance.
So my last question: who will be the CM, sir?
It is to be elected. Representative are going to decide about it.
All right, so Nitin Gadkari, they're not answering the question of who will be the chief minister should the Mahayuti return to power. But let's talk about those scams that Anurag was trying to question him about. It's been scam versus scam on polling day in Maharashtra. In Mumbai's Virar Bahujan Vikas Aghadi, workers yesterday we saw confronting BJP General Secretary Vinod Tavade over accusations of attempting to bribe voters, which both he and the BJP firmly rejected. The BVA claimed that he had cash with him, that he had a bag in which he was carrying 5 crore. He has challenged this and said check the CCTV and do a thorough investigation. But later yesterday evening, the BJP held a press conference where they alleged that Supriya Sule and Nana Patole were involved in a cryptocurrency scam. So if the BJP is being accused of cash for votes, Supriya Sule being accused of bitcoins for votes, or cryptocurrency for votes. And Supriya Sule, however, refuted the allegation. Speaking to NDTV, she also said that she had filed a criminal complaint with the Election Commission and the Cyber Crime Department as well. Congress leader Patole too said he he doesn't even understand what Bitcoin is. The BJP's allegations came after former IPS officer Ravindranath Patil claimed that Sule and Patole misappropriated Bitcoins from a 2018 cryptocurrency fraud case to fund the ongoing assembly election. So let's just take a look at what the leaders had to say first. Vinod Tavade, a senior BJP leader who's been accused in the cash for votes scam.
बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। विनोद जी, वोटिंग से कुछ घंटे पहले आप पे वोट से पहले नोट बांटने का आरोप लगा है। उन तस्वीरों को भी एक्सप्लेन करिए जहां पर लिफाफे से नोट निकल रहे हैं, डायरी लहराई जा रही है, आप बेबस बैठे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, पानी पी रहे हैं। इन तमाम तस्वीरों से वोटर्स में कैसा संदेश गया कि वो आरोप सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, पानी पीना से क्या आदमी गिल्टी होता है?
बेबस दिख रहे हैं आप।
कोई ऐसा है कि जब जैसे महाविकास आघाड़ी के लोग आ गए, बहुजन विकास आघाड़ी, तो वहाँ के डीसीपी मुझे कह रहे कि आप सीनियर है, आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अगर निकल जाऊँगा तो यहाँ हंगामा हो जाएगा। इफ़ आई एम देयर आई विल कंट्रोल इट। नंबर 1, मेरा मानना है कि सुप्रिया ताई राहुल गांधी ने 5 करोड़ का आरोप किया, तो वहाँ मिले भी नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन को। तो वो 5 करोड़ अगर मेरे पास थे, ये इन्होंने कंफर्म किया होगा, तो इन्होंने मुझे लौटाने चाहिए। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वहाँ पर जो लोग नोट दिखा रहे थे या डायरी दिखा रहे थे, वो कोई मेरी डायरी थी नहीं। मेरी डायरी तो इतनी छोटी सी है, इसमें चिल्लर रहती है, बड़े नोट रहते भी नहीं है। नंबर 2, जो इंक्वायरी करनी है, मैं वहाँ एंटर करने से सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, मेरी गाड़ी इलेक्शन कमीशन चेक की, उसमें कुछ मिला नहीं। तो जो चेक करना है करे। 40 साल से मैं राजनीति में हूँ, कभी एक पैसा किसी को दिया नहीं किसी वोट के लिए।
ठीक है, अब उसका मैं काउंटर क्वेश्चन एक पूछना चाहती हूँ। पहला ये 9,93,500 रुपए जो मिले वो कहाँ से आए?
9,93,000 की जो कैश थी वो हमारे चुनाव प्रमुख ने कहा कि हमने ऑलरेडी आज के फूड पैकेट जो बूथ पे जाते हैं उसके पेमेंट की थी, और वो चुनाव आयोग के अकाउंट्स में पहले ही लिखी है।
कल मीडिया की तरफ से मुझे ये सब वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग्स और कुछ भेजा गया। जब मेरे हाथ में आया, मैंने पहली चीज़ की कि मैंने पूना के कमिश्नर साहब को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कमिश्नर जी को बोला कि ये फेक कुछ वीडियोस चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको भेज रही हूँ, मुझे साइबर क्राइम में कंप्लेन करनी है। तो उन्होंने कहा ज़रूर आप करिए। मैंने फट से साइबर क्राइम में ऑनलाइन में कंप्लेन कर दी। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली। उसके बाद मैंने वकीलों को मेरे फ़ोन किया और आज सुबह मैंने श्री त्रिवेदी जी को मैंने एक क्रिमिनल डेफमेशन नोटिस भेजी है।
All right, so those two alleged scams that have hit the Maharashtra elections, how much it impacts on the ground, however, is not known. But let's shift focus to Baramati, which is the family bastion of the Pawar family. Now, it's been known as the bastion of Sharad Pawar. However, as we've been, reporting about, there's been that split, and this time it is Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who is fighting this election, and from the other NCP Sharad Pawar, you have his nephew Yugendra Pawar, who is fighting this election. So a fierce battle. Remember, in the Lok Sabha elections, it was Supriya Sule, and it was Ajit Pawar's wife who was her challenger. She, of course, won the election, but Ajit Pawar is known to be a strongman from Baramati. He has managed this constituency for his uncle. So now a big battle within the family with Ajit Pawar and Yugendra Pawar, and Sharad Pawar, of course, making that emotional appeal for his grandnephew.
मैंने पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे।
के सामने कुल 23 उम्मीदवार हैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, लेकिन सबसे कड़े उम्मीदवार जो है वो हमें लगता है कि अजीत पवार जी, जो कि 7 बार यहाँ से विधायक चुने जा चुके हैं। 1991 से लगातार वो यहाँ के एमएलए रहे हैं। कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण आप इसे मानते हैं?
ठीक है, पर वो 7वीं इलेक्शन में पवार साहब की साथ थी, उनको पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद था, सपोर्ट था, इसलिए वो वहाँ
अब तक जीत कर आए। आपका कहना है कि अब तक शरद पवार जी का आशीर्वाद था उनको, इसीलिए अब तक वो जीतते रहे।
मतलब इसलिए उनको लोगों का भी आशीर्वाद मिलता था, पर अभी पवार साहब उनके साथ नहीं है, मतलब वही छोड़ के गए। और पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद और हम एक साथ है, पवार साहब भी हमारे साथ है, और जहाँ पवार साहब है वहाँ बारामती की जनता है।
As far as people are concerned, people of Baramati are experiencing a feeling of deja vu. Just 5 months ago, during Lok Sabha elections, there was a contest between 2 family members of Pawar, and once again in this Vidhan Sabha election, again 2 family members of the same family are contesting against each other. Ajit Pawar, who is sitting MLA from the Baramati constituency, is being challenged by his own nephew Yugendra Pawar, and there is a fair contest between uncle and nephew at this level, and also at a broader level where Sharad Pawar's party is being challenged by Ajit Pawar's NCP, and at different constituencies there is a fair contest between the candidates of 2 parties. As far as this Baramati constituency is concerned, there are total 24 number of candidates on this seat, and but the most fierce contest, the most bitter contest is between Ajit Pawar, who has been MLA from this seat for 7 times. Since 1991, he has remained undefeated on this seat. But this time, Yugendra Pawar is challenging him, and Yugendra is banking upon the goodwill of his grand uncle Sharad Pawar, and believes that so far Ajit Pawar has been capitalizing over Sharad Pawar's influence in the constituency. But this time, Sharad Pawar is with Yugendra, and he will be able to win the seat. I have a local voter here, Swaraj Doshi. He is also a political enthusiast. Let's talk to him, and let's ask him, what do you think, who is having an edge over this particular seat?
Okay, talking about Baramati constituency, dilemma is quite prevalent today also. As we see, Ajit Dada Pawar has a quite very well edge on this seat, considering the development policies and infrastructure which he has brought in. Also, the voters have a quite sentimental wave regarding Pawar Sahab. The narrative that went in was Lok Sabila Tai and Vidhan Sabila Dada. Let's see how this works out, but overall edge stands with Ajit Dada as of now.
All right, so the big family battle there in Baramati. Let's shift focus away from Maharashtra now to Jharkhand, where it is the second and final phase of elections today, where 38 seats are going to the polls. BJP contesting on 32 of those seats. Its ally, the AJSU, on 6 seats. For the India bloc, the JMM is contesting from 20 seats. Congress from 13. The Communist Party of India from 4. RJD from 2. And in this phase of elections, you see predominantly tribal areas going to the polls. Remember, there's been a big effort by the BJP to create this narrative of how land is being snatched snatched away from the tribals, and they've been talking about the illegal immigrants who are coming in and marrying into tribal families and taking away land. So that has been a big narrative. Whether it translates into votes, one will only know on the 23rd. Let's just listen in to what BJP chief and former chief minister of Jharkhand, Babulal Marandi, had to say. And another big leader in this election is Kalpana Soren, who wife of Hemant Soren, who really emerged into her own after he was sent to jail.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
मैं ये समझती हूँ कि उतने कम वक्त में मैंने पूरी अपनी मेहनत लगा के पूरा जी तोड़ मेहनत किया है और लोगों को वो सुविधाएं दी हैं जो उनका हक है। और कहीं ना कहीं अगर इतने कम कार्यकाल में मैंने इतना काम किया है तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 5 साल तो मेरे लिए बहुत लंबा रहेगा और उस समय मेरे पास बहुत समय भी रहेगा और बहुत काम करने के लिए वक्त भी रहेगा। और आपकी अबुआ सरकार के लिए आपके हेमंत दादा, हेमंत बेटा ने जी तोड़ मेहनत की है इस उतार चढ़ाव के कार्यकाल में, जहाँ हेमंत सोरेन जी को जेल भी जाना पड़ा, लेकिन उन्होंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी और झारखंड के मान सम्मान हक के लिए लड़ाई को बुलंद किया है। मैं चाहती हूं कि आप अपना प्यार, अपना आशीर्वाद हेमंत सोरेन जी और हमारी महागठबंधन को दें।
Let's go across to Prabhakar now, who joins us from Jharkhand, from Bokaro there. And Prabhakar, in the last phase of the elections, there was a record voter turnout till 1 p.m. It's been 47.9% in Jharkhand. Give us all the latest.
Yeah, even this time, if you talk about the rural areas, it's already 2:30, and you can see the queue of voters out here. It's a rural area. We are right now in Chandan Kyari, which is a rural suburb of Bokaro and Dhanbad. It lies between Bokaro and Dhanbad, and Amar Bavri is the candidate in fray from here, who is a BJP leader and a leader of opposition in Jharkhand Assembly. So the rural voter turnout is quite impressive. I'm told this particular area would witness around 80% turnout, which is unprecedented. But when you talk about the entire state, what happens is that the apathy of the urban voters basically drags down the average percentage, and then it would land somewhere around 50-55%. So the problem lies with the urban voters, not with the rural voters. This queue has not ended since morning. So and almost 80 to 85% is the percentage what we are expecting, and these booths, especially the rural areas. Now talking about the political importance of the second phase, we all know it's the Santhal Pargana which is politically most important, not only for BJP but also for JMM. JMM, it is the breeding ground for the tribal politics out here in Jharkhand. It is where the emergence of the JMM as a political party has happened, and also Shibu Soren and Hemant Soren, they practice their politics from that particular region. BJP has tried hard to dent into the tribal vote bank over there by floating various narratives, especially the infiltrators narrative. So it would be interesting to watch whether that has worked on the ground or not, and whether BJP has been able to dent into the tribal vote bank.
All right, Prabhakar, since you have so many people there waiting in line, why don't you speak to some of them? Let's listen into, what are their concerns today as they, lined up there to cast their vote.
Yes, certainly. We would डेफिनेटली डू दैट। ये बताइए कि आप लाइन में रहिए, कोई बात नहीं। आप जब यहाँ वोट देते हैं तो मुद्दा क्या होता है? आप ऐसे ये ग्रामीण इलाका है लेकिन शहर के करीब भी है।
क्या बोले, हम लोग विकास को देखते हुए वोट देंगे। अपना जो इसको हमारा चॉइस है, हमारे नज़र से जो यहाँ काम किया है या जो करेगा उसको देखते हुए हम लोग वोट देंगे।
ये तो बोलने के लिए, एक्चुअल में तो जो लोग वोट देते हैं वो कास्ट को देख के देते हैं। इस जगह की रियलिटी तो
नहीं, ऐसे कोई यहाँ कास्ट का नहीं। यहाँ तो जैसे हम लोग जनरल है, यहाँ तो आपका STA का ही है, तो ऐसे नहीं। हम लोग जो यहाँ काम करता है, जो काम किया है उसको हम लोग वोट देंगे।
अच्छा, ये जो अलग अलग पार्टी अलग अलग बात कर रही है, बटोगे तो कटोगे टाइप की बात हो रही है, इसके बारे में पता है आपको कुछ?
हाँ, इसके बारे में तो ये बात तो सही बात है कि बटेगा तो कटेगा, क्योंकि आज आपका कश्मीर कटा।
आपको पता है इसके बारे में?
हाँ, पता है।
Which actually means that these kind of narratives, when they actually float on the ground, it reaches these people. It's the social media actually which brings these narratives on the ground. So when the political leaders do so, they know very well that whether they're making a statement there in Delhi, it would reaches a place like Chandan Khiari in Jharkhand. So that's the power of social media, you can see, and they're fully updated about the various narratives which are being floated by the political leaders and the parties of both factions.
All right. Thanks so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with that, and refreshing to see the voter talking about how it's, development that is on top of his mind as he stands in that long line to cast his vote. Well, that was a look at what voters are saying in Jharkhand. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest from Maharashtra, from Jharkhand, and of course the by-elections coming up after a short break. A controversy in Maharashtra where Shinde Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam has alleged that Muslim women voters are being blocked. We'll get you the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV, and today is election day in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Also, bypolls are taking place, and in Uttar Pradesh, bypolls in 9 constituencies are underway. This election is pivotal for both the ruling BJP and opposition Samajwadi Party, especially after the BJP setback in the recent Lok Sabha elections. It's also being seen as a litmus test for Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party. Congress is not contesting these polls, but is supporting Samajwadi Party as part of the India bloc. There's already been controversy over candidates being, voters being turned away by the police, Election Commission stepping in, suspending cops, and Akhilesh Yadav making an appeal to those voters to return and ensure that they cast their votes. Let's listen in to what the BJP candidate from Ghaziabad had to say.
आपके अपोजिंग कैंडिडेट प्रत्याशी है सिंगराज जाटव, उनका ये कहना है कि ये जो लाइन पार एरियाज है, अभी जैसे कि हम प्रताप विहार में है, यहाँ पर बीजेपी का उतना स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड नहीं है. इस पर आपका क्या रिस्पांस रहेगा कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है लाइन पार एरियाज की?
पता नहीं वो क्यों कह रहे हैं, वरना 2 पिछले चुनावों के 4 आंकड़े उठाकर देख लीजिए. हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ से बहुत आगे रही है, और इस बार भी मुझे लगता है कि जो वोट पड़ेगा उसमें 70 से 75% वोट भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पड़ने वाला है.
कौन से मेन मुद्दे हैं सर जिस पे आप मतलब इफ इलेक्टेड आप काम करने का सोचोगे? ऐसे कौन से 3 मेन मुद्दे होंगे जो गाजियाबाद में आपको लगता है कि ज़रूरत है काम की?
देखिए, काम की आवश्यकता तो हमेशा रहती है. ये लोग जानबूझकर लाइन पार क्षेत्र आप देखिए इतना डेवलप हो चुका है, और इस क्षेत्र में पूरे गाजियाबाद में सबसे महंगी ज़मीन है, क्योंकि इसकी कनेक्टिविटी इतनी अच्छी है. सामने नोएडा है, 15 मिनट पर दिल्ली है, आधा घंटे पर मेरठ है, 2 मिनट में गाजियाबाद है. सबसे अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी वाला ये क्षेत्र है. इस क्षेत्र का विकास जितना हुआ है पिछले भाजपा की सरकारों में, उतना किसी क्षेत्र का नहीं हुआ है. ये लोग केवल एक सिंपैथी लेते हुए लाइन पार. अब ये लाइन पार नहीं है, अब ये गाजियाबाद साउथ है.
यहाँ इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में बीजेपी का इससे पहले हमेशा जीत रही है, इसको आप कैसे देखते हो? क्या मेन मुद्दे हैं जिस पर काम लगता है आपको होना चाहिए?
देखिए, जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने यहाँ पे पिछले 3 टर्म से सांसद यहाँ उनके हैं, 2 बार अभी मौजूदा सांसद भी बीजेपी के हैं, जिस तरह से 1996 से लेकर अभी तक मेयर जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बने और पिछली 2 योजनाओं में विधायक यहाँ से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बने, मगर उन्होंने इस गाजियाबाद विधानसभा में का जो ये एक मेजर पार्ट है जिसको हम लाइन पार क्षेत्र बोलते हैं, विजयनगर बोलते हैं, यहाँ के मतदाताओं को हमेशा से इग्नोर करने का काम किया, उनको उपेक्षित महसूस कराने का काम किया, उनकी जो मूलभूत ज़रूरत हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं उनको पूरा ना करने का काम उन्होंने किया। इस वजह से जो इस बार जनता ने अपना मन बनाया है, वो चाहते हैं कि इस बार बदलाव हो।
सर, बीजेपी उत्तर प्रदेश ने इलेक्शन कमीशन को पत्र लिखा है और कहा है कि फेक वोटिंग हो रही है, फेक वोट्स कास्ट हो रहे हैं एंड ऑफ कोर्स एलेज किया है कि ये एसपी के द्वारा हो रही है, कि फेक वोटिंग कास्ट हो रही है उत्तर प्रदेश में।
देखिए, आप समझ सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अगर कोई व्यक्ति या कोई पार्टी अगर उनका जनाधार घट रहा हो, आपने देखा जिस तरह से अभी लोकसभा के जो एक जनरल इलेक्शन हुए उसमें 37 सीटें जो है वो समाजवादी पार्टी ने जीती, 6 सीटें जो है वो कांग्रेस ने जीती, टोटल इंडिया गठबंधन ने 43 सीटें जीती और 1 सीट जो है वो चंद्रशेखर जी ने जीती। तो 80 में से 44 सीट जब उनके हाथ से निकली हैं तो उनको अब कहीं ना कहीं एहसास होने लगा है कि जो अभी तक वो धर्म और जाति की राजनीति करते थे, जिस तरह से वो हिंदू मुसलमान की राजनीति करते थे, जिस तरह से वो मंदिर और मस्जिद की राजनीति करते थे, अब लोग उससे कहीं ना कहीं तंग आ चुके हैं। अब वो कहते हैं कि हमें रोज़गार चाहिए, हमें व्यापार चाहिए, हमें विकास चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट चाहिए।
All right, let's now bring you news from Mumbai, maximum city, where voter turnout is a concern. This morning, it was a trickle at 1 p.m. The voter turnout was 27.7%. But just take a look at these visuals from a voter booth in Kolaba in South Mumbai. There you can see some, great arrangements that have been made, the carpets, the chairs, and the security. However, it is absolutely empty. So this has always been a big concern when it comes to the financial capital, that there's major voter apathy. People don't come out to cast their vote. This time at least polling is taking place midweek on a Wednesday, so people can't take that long weekend and escape the city. But just take a look at these sad scenes from a polling booth in Kolaba. Let's go across to Anuj now, who's been tracking all that's been taking place in Mumbai since the morning. And Anuj, if you could tell us where you are, and hopefully there's some voters there at least who've come to cast their votes. However, we have these visuals from earlier of a polling booth in Kolaba which is absolutely empty.
Very few voters. Even at this point of time, there are very few voters. I am located at a very prime location, just like 50 meters ahead of me is Mantralaya, and this is as South Mumbai as it gets. But before I tell you about the number of people present here, let us just have a look at the preparation that has been made. During the Lok Sabha election, there was a lot of complaint about there not been enough shed, there not been enough facilities for people to sit. There are chairs, you can see there are coolers being kept there, there is enough shade and attractive shade. I would just ask Mr. Mandal to show these, these carpets, and you see how attractive these things are. And the reason why they've done this is so that people do not get confused while going to their particular setting, while going to that particular booth. And that is why we are seeing, this is something that is expected to help people, but it will only help people if people turn up, and that is exactly what is not happening, right? You see, this is a huge place, unlike what was the case in Thane where we were earlier, where it was in a much smaller and a cramped up space, but the number of people coming there was very high. But here you can see number of people is almost zero. These chairs, there was just a family sitting here for last 1 hour who had voted a few minutes ago, but then now even they have left, and you can see that the entire chairs are empty. I don't think we're allowed to go inside, but we'll just try to go as close to the voting booth as possible, just for you to get a sense of how bad the situation here is here in Kolaba. A couple of days ago, BMC took a press conference. BMC issued a statement stating that amongst the 10,000 voting booths, polling booths here in the Mumbai city region. 76 are the most critical, and out of these 76, 9 were spotted in Colaba region. And this is what you see on your screen. This is exactly the reason why these, why this particular region gets such a low voter turnout. These are the 9. This is particularly a region which has historically seen a very low voter turnout. And when I say low, it means voter turnout below 10%, and that is a shocking number for any polling booth. There's a lot of accessibility here. The railway station, the local station is not too far off, and today is a surprisingly pleasant day here. Just what was the case in Lok Sabha election, we are not really seeing a hot or a humid day here. You can see that facilities have been put in place by the Election Commission, by the BMC. They even invited the media here to look at the facilities, and there are several washrooms which are prepared for the older citizens. There's a facility for drinking water. We can see there is cooler just if in case people need it. But again, the problem is that there are not enough people, and that is going to be the major concern. The little number of people that we saw around here were mostly senior citizens, people above the age of 50, 60. You can see some people are still coming, one in say 3 minutes or 5 minutes, but the number of people coming here is extremely low. This is one of the least voter turnout areas here in Mumbai city. If you talk about it in the overall Maharashtra, if you see, Gadchiroli, a region in Vidarbha, has seen close to 50% of voting, and the facilities there are very few as compared to what they are here in Colaba. But still, we are seeing voter turnout of close to 50%, of over 50%, in fact. But in Colaba, the voter turnout is second worst in Mumbai after Sai and Kolivada. The facilities here are second to none. But why is it that the voters are still not turning up is a major question that BMC and Election Commission of India try to tackle. To be very honest, but it needs some sort of a self-responsibility, a sense of responsibility from the voters themselves, which doesn't seem to be happening here in Mumbai, or especially here in Colaba.
All right, Anush, they're getting us a look at that polling booth in Colaba, and this is one of the richest parts of Mumbai, richest parts of the country probably, and you can see those great arrangements that have been made, but no voters turning up at those booths, so that is something of a concern when it comes to Mumbai. But Mumbai, we also talk about the celebrities, and yes, we saw a lot of Bollywood stars coming out and casting their vote early on, so several celebrities were seen there also appealing to the Mumbaikars to come out. There you can see Gulzar Saab along with his daughter, and you had Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao, Sachin Tendulkar, who's an icon for the Election Commission, and he's somebody who, in fact has been appealing, Javed Akhtar as well. Let's just listen in to some of the voices. All right, so there you can see Javed Akhtar also casting his vote. So Bollywood stars among the early voters in Mumbai, making an appeal to other Mumbaikars to come out and cast their vote or not complain and, really come out and exercise their democratic right. Let's get to the latest now from Punjab, where by-polls are taking place in 4 assembly seats in Gidar Abaha, Barnala, Dera Baba Nanak and Chabbewal constituencies. The ruling AAP faces a significant challenge from the BJP as well as the Congress in this three-cornered contest. 3 of the 4 seats were backed by the Congress in 2022, while only Barnala was won by AAP. Now, the Gidar Baha seat is being closely watched as it's quite the battle there between Congress candidate Amrita Waring, BJP candidate Manpreet Singh Badal and Aam Aadmi Party's Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dhillon.
हमारे साथ अमृता वड़िंगा ये उनसे बात कर रहे हैं। तो मैम, आज फाइनल डे है टेस्ट का, तो कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बहुत अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। फाइनली थोड़ी रिलैक्स्ड हूँ।
जो आपके विरोधी हैं, फॉर्मर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, वहीं हम देख रहे हैं डिम्पी ढिल्लों जो पहले अकाली दल से इलेक्शन लड़ चुके हैं, इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी से लड़ रहे हैं। एक तरह की सरकार है आपके पीछे, वो कह रहे हैं हम डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पे वोट मांग रहे हैं। तो कैसे देख रहे हैं आप अपोनेंट्स को?
मैं देख नहीं रही हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा इस चीज़ को देख नहीं रही हूँ। जो काम किए हैं वो लोगों के बीच में हैं, लोगों के बीच में रह के किए हैं, एक शांति का माहौल दिया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक दहशत का माहौल ख़त्म किया। और वो लोग जानते हैं, मेरे कहने पे या किसी के कहने पे कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जिन लोगों को ये शांति दी है ना, आप कृपया उनसे पूछिए जाके।
एक डिम्पी ढिल्लों जो आपके ओपोनेंट है वो ये कह रहे हैं इस बार लोग लोकल कैंडिडेट को प्रेफर कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं आपकी तो वोट भी नहीं यहाँ पे, ना राजा वड़िंग की ना आपकी
क्या
है।
फर्क
और
पड़ता है, क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? देखिए पिछले 13 साल से राजा वड़िंग ने गिदरबाहा को वो कुछ दिया है जो किसी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने, किसी हल्का इंचार्ज डिम्पी जी रहे हैं, इनमें से कोई कुछ नहीं दे पाया।
बहुत सालों के बाद राजनीति में एक औरत को टिकट मिली है, तो क्या उसका भी आपको कहीं ना कहीं लाभ दिखता नजर आ रहा है?
मुझे लाभ हो या ना हो, औरतों को लाभ जरूर होगा। ये औरतों की इलेक्शन है।
And with that, we'll slip into a short break and continue watching NDTV as we bring you all the very latest as polling is underway in Jharkhand, Maharashtra and for those by-polls. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions.
Big battle for Maharashtra underway in maximum city Mumbai. Voter turnout is 27.7% till 1 p.m. Empty booths are seen in South Mumbai. In polling stations in Kolaba, stars come out, appeal to Mumbaikars to come out and cast their votes. It's the day of reckoning in both Jharkhand and Maharashtra as polling is underway. In Maharashtra, voter turnout 32.18% till 1 p.m. while in Jharkhand, the voter turnout is 47.9%. Will it break records like it did in the first phase of the election? Controversy in one of the constituencies, Dindoshi, where Sanjay Nirupam of the Shinde Sena has alleged that Muslim voters were being blocked from casting their vote. And in Uttar Pradesh, after complaints were made that voters were being blocked and turned away, the Election Commission cracked the whip. Cops have been suspended, and this action taken after complaints were made. Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief, makes an appeal, asks voters who were turned away to return and ensure that they cast their vote. And a massive controversy breaks out in Kerala in Uttar Pradesh, where voting is also underway in the by-polls. A Dalit girl was killed in what is a Samajwadi Party stronghold. Her parents have alleged that she was killed for not voting for the Samajwadi Party, for deciding against them. And Delhi's pollution crisis continues. It's the third day of severe quality of the air in Delhi, and now the Delhi government asks government employees to work from home. So 50% of government employees will work from home. Schools have already been closed. And welcome, you're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up first, let's get you the latest from Uttar Pradesh, where polling is underway across 9 constituencies. It's the by-polls taking place, but now massive controversy in Kerala after the body of a Dalit woman was found near the Kanjara River there, and voting is underway in that area. The death has taken a political turn, with the family of the deceased alleging their daughter was murdered for supporting the BJP and deciding against voting for the Samajwadi Party. In fact, even naming those who they say are involved in this murder. Let's just listen into what the family and also the police had to say.
बिटिया कह रही थी हम बीजेपी में फूले वोट दिए, मेरी कॉलोनी बनवाई, तो जो वो लोग साइकिल में वोट डाल के नहीं डाल रहे, तो हमारे की तो हम तो दिखाई तू मर गया तो दुर्गिया तेरा नाम तो दुर्गिया को मर गया तो बनाइए हम कल ही लेगो 12 और 1 बजे के बीच में डल लेगो वोटर साइकिल में। कहाँ पे मिली? अपने जावे नदिया में डेड बॉडी मिली।
अल्लाह की हालत
किस बात को लेकर?
इतनी बात के ऊपर है, बता रहे जगह बहाने जगह हम किसी से डरते नहीं, मैं कमल में वोट देंगे, मैं किसी को नहीं देंगे। बहाने कही तू दुर्गिया है तो तू चुरगिया बना दी, कल वोट डाल के देख ली तू मैया की लाल और बस जाए पकड़ ला। ये मैं जब विश्वास मनते माय नेताजी के द्वारा वारे बेटी हुई है पालक दे बेटी राती।
एक युवती कल शाम से गायब हो गई थी और उसमें 2 लोगों पे आरोप था कि इन लोगों ने अपहरण किया है, तो तत्काल उन दोनों आरोपियों को पुलिस हिरासत में ले लिया गया है और युवती का शव मिला है, उसको पंचायतनामा पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई कराई जा रही है और उनसे तहरीर प्राप्त की जा रही है और इसमें पूरी सख्ती जो भी दोषी हैं उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई के खिलाफ की।
All right, let's go across to Ranveer now for more. In Ranveer, 2 people have been arrested. Very unfortunate, really, so tragic that this young girl was killed, a murder case, and now taking this political turn with these allegations being made by her family.
Obviously, this is a tragedy because a young girl's dead body was recovered in a sack today morning, and the family claims that she was being killed just because she was willing to vote for BJP. The family of the young woman claims that 3 days back Prashant Yadav and Mohan came to her house and said that whom she will going to vote. And she replied BJP because BJP has given a Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana house. So that's why Prashant Yadav, who is a newspaper vendor, told her that she will have to face some consequences if she will vote for BJP. And he, as per the family, he emphasizes to vote for Samajwadi Party. And yesterday at around 1 p.m. the girl was being abducted by allegedly by Prashant Yadav and Mohan, and today morning her dead body was recovered in a sack. So police has detained and filed a FIR against both the accused, and they have been interrogated. So this has become a political issue now because BJP has targeted the Samajwadi Party, saying that Samajwadi Party is frustrated and for a vote, Samajwadi Party supporters has killed a young woman who belongs to scheduled caste community. So this murder case has become a political issue today on the voting day because Karhal is witnessing voting on the bypoll out one of the 9 seats which is witnessing bypolls today. So this murder case has become a political issue now, and BJP is targeting Samajwadi Party just because the accused Prashant Yadav, who came to her house 3 days back and asked her to vote for Samajwadi Party, and that's why BJP has got a chance to attack Samajwadi Party.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. As Ranveer is telling us, very tragic case. This woman's body found in a sack, and the family alleging that she was murdered because of her intentions to vote for the BJP, and something that BJP leaders are also now talking about and accusing the Samajwadi Party. 2 people have been arrested in this case. Well, moving on to news now from Maharashtra, where polling is underway, but a controversy there as well in Mahadindoshi, in a constituency where now Shinde Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam is making allegations, and he claims that Muslim women voters were being blocked, that Muslim men are not allowing women to vote. And so that is a big allegation that has been made by him. That you can see him in that area, the police also with him, and so controversy here as well over women not being allowed to come out and cast their vote. And this as this very crucial elections are underway in Maharashtra. Remember, there is also concern about voter turnout in Maharashtra as well, but this particular controversy over women not being allowed to come out and vote, and what Sanjay Nirupam is alleging, Sanjay Nirupam, who used to be with the Shiv Sena, then the Congress party for several years, and now returning to the Sena, but the Shinde Sena. He's the candidate from this particular constituency, the Indoshi, and now he is alleging that in these particular areas that women are not being allowed to cast their vote, that men in fact are not allowing the women to come out and cast their vote. So far in Maharashtra, the voter turnout has been 32.18% till 1 p.m. and it's a massive battle, a crucial battle really, that will not only change the political landscape of Maharashtra but national politics as well. Will it be Mahayuti or the MVA? Well, let's go across to NDTV's Radhika, who's been tracking all the big developments. And Radhika, now this controversy breaking out in Dindoshi, where Sanjay Nirupam has made a very serious charge. He's claiming that women are being held back from coming out to cast their vote.
That's right. This is a serious allegation that has been made by Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde candidate Sanjay Nirupam. Of course, he is contesting from Dindoshi. As far as Nirupam is concerned, he did switch from the Congress party towards Eknath Shinde's side. And now, of course, he's leveled serious allegations against his contender, stating that Muslim women are not being allowed to contest there. Several people are apparently taking objections to Muslim women contesting. He did go to that particular polling polling booth in Dindoshi. Of course, he's a candidate there and objected to the fact that these women are not being allowed. Now, will there be a case registered? Will this be probed by the Election Commission or the officials? That remains to be seen. But certainly serious allegations that has been made by Sanjay Nirupam, and against him is an incumbent MLA from that particular constituency who belonged to UBT Sena camp. So a big allegation there, but it needs to be thoroughly probed, and his allegation is something that needs to be at this point verified by the officials.
All right, so you're saying this claim of Sanjay Nirupam so far has not been verified. We can see those visuals, Radhika, in which, you know, he's walking across the barricade. There are cops with him. It is what one can see, probably a Muslim majority, colony there or locality, and he looks very angry. So all this taking place, but so far we don't know what the reality really is.
That's right. We're not entirely certain what exactly transpired. Of course, these are, allegations that have surfaced. Sanjay Nirupam there saying that Muslim women are not being allowed to vote. Of course, this will lead to disparity as far as numbers are concerned. So therefore, him saying that several of the men there are not allowing Muslim women to vote. And he's creating a ruckus there. Those are the visuals of him taking objection to that, and also making these allegations. There is violence that is being witnessed there. Of course, Sanjay Nirupam there angry at the people, at especially the officials in that particular polling booth, as to why some of the legitimate voters, legitimate women voters, are not being allowed to cast their vote. So yes, some sort of foul play being alleged by Sanjay Nirupam. So, but all these claims and allegations need to be verified at this point.
All right, Radhika, do stay on, as more news from Mumbai and more controversy really, and this time to do with Baramati, where the Ajit Pawar camp supporters and the Sharad Pawar camp have clashed there, and in fact, allegations that a Sharad Pawar camp supporter was even slapped in these in this clash that took place. And remember, it's all in the family there in Baramati once again in these assembly elections, with the family versus family. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, facing his nephew in Baramati. Well, Mumbai voting as well, and polling underway in Maharashtra and in Mumbai, where voter turnout is a big concern. And in Mumbai, 27.7% polling it has been recorded so far. And so will it buck that low voter turnout trend that we've seen, and that voter apathy that the financial capital is so famous for? There you can see Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray earlier on, they came out to cast their vote, and Milind Deora, who's facing off against Aditya Thackeray in Worli. But let's go back to Radhika for more on that. And Radhika, so what is the latest you can tell us? Has voter turnout improved? We've also saw those visuals of, polling booths in Kolaba, South Mumbai, absolutely empty, great arrangements in place. You had chairs and carpets, etc., but there were no voters there. So what's the situation like right now? What are you hearing?
That's right, Gargi. Absolutely abysmal state of affairs as far as voting is concerned. I went to at least 4 to 5 polling booths in the city of Mumbai, right from South Mumbai till Juhu, where I'm standing at the moment. But there aren't any long queues. We thought probably it's because of the early morning hours at the time, which is why there weren't that many people. But it's close to 3 o'clock, but not too many people here. I am joined by a citizen here in Juhu who just came out after voting. You don't see as many people here this time. Otherwise, right. Jamnaba is a place where you normally see long queues.
Yes, that's right. There aren't many people. It's very well organized. It didn't take us much time, and it was very smooth. I think it is. We're moving ahead. That's
Okay.
nice.
And also, so you just cast your vote. Tell us about the issues that you voted for. What are the changes you'd like to see as far as this constituency is concerned?
Of course, we like to see a cleaner Mumbai, a cleaner Maharashtra, corruption-free Maharashtra, and of course, no hitches, no blockages in any kind of systems that exist here. So that is just good and easy for all the people of Maharashtra.
All right, great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. So cleaner, corrupt-free Maharashtra is what the citizen wants. But for that, people have to come out and vote in large numbers, which unfortunately we've not been seeing since morning. 27.73% of voting, so far as the city of Mumbai is concerned, an average of 32% as far as the entire state of Maharashtra is concerned. Last time in 2019, Mumbai, just 50% of voters turnout as far as the city of Mumbai is concerned. Will it be less than that? Looks like this time the situation is quite bad. Really poor turnout, quite disappointing, despite the fact that it's on a Wednesday that the Election Commission decided to keep election in the state of Maharashtra. So from Kolaba till Juhu, we aren't seeing that kind of voter turnout. We did not see, long queues in any of the polling booths. And I'm going to show you the situation here as well. Just about 4 to 5 voters here. In most of the booths, it's quite sad, but Election Commission officials are more in numbers than the citizens who are supposed to vote. So that is the situation here. Despite the fact that a lot of celebrities, politicians came out urging people in large numbers to vote, this is the situation on the ground. And we also know that a lot of these hotels, restaurants, even film, multiplexes have been offering discounts for those who show their inked fingers. Despite all of these offers to woo voters, the situation is quite, disappointing in the city of Mumbai.
That's right, and the significance of this midweek polling. So, Mumbaikars can't even take those long weekends and head out of the city. That was a key decision by the Election Commission. But even so, 27.7% voter turnout till 1 p.m. Earlier on, Radhika also spoke to Piyush Goyal, a union minister and member of parliament from Mumbai. And he also spoke out and asked that voters should come to the polling booths and ensure that they cast their vote.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very, very, very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very, very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
बहुत अच्छी तरह से सिक्योरिटी और बंदोबस्त है. मुंबईकर शांति से बहुत वोट कर रहे हैं और हमारा उनको ये अपील है, आह्वान है कि वो अगर जिन्होंने वोट नहीं किया है वो भी जाके वोट करें. शाम को 6 बजे तक वोटिंग बूथ्स सब रहेंगे और जितने ज़्यादा लोग वोटिंग करेंगे उतना अच्छा है. कोई नहीं. एवरीथिंग इज गुड.
All right, let's get you the latest from Baramati, where reports are coming in of a clash between supporters of the Pawars, and this is the Ajit Pawar camp and the Sharad Pawar camp, the NCP there. So there you can see a clash taking place between supporters, and a supporter of the Sharad Pawar NCP also being slapped. Well, let's go across to Anuj for more on this. And Anuj, this is a key, election battle of this particular election. We already saw in the Lok Sabha, it was all in the family Rewari as well, where you had Supriya Sule taking on Ajit Pawar's wife. And now, again, you have Ajit Pawar and his nephew, or Sharad Pawar's grandnephew there in the fray, and things are really getting heated with even their supporters clashing.
You know, there are two constituencies where the NCP Ajit Pawar faction is in some serious situation here as far as the conflicts, and by conflict I mean direct physical conflict, is concerned. Number one is in Parali, where Dhananjay Munde's supporters, have gotten into some kind of controversy for entering the polling booth and for destroying the, trying to destroy the place there. And at the same time, we have Baramati, considered to be a much more sophisticated voters there. It's considered that usually the entire process takes place very smoothly there. But considering that the fight is, everything is at stake for both the factions fighting it against each other, be it the Sharad Pawar faction, where, where the nephew of Ajit Pawar is fighting Yogendra Pawar, and then of course the Ajit Pawar faction. So the stakes are very high, and we are seeing that the result of this is seen in direct clashes, not just electorally or politically, but also physically, especially coming from the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. At the same time, we saw that there are a few other things about the Baramati constituency which are important to understand. It usually has respectable voting turnout up until 1 p.m. But we are seeing that the voting turnout in Baramati till now has been very low, and we would only know by the end of the day whose worry is it going to be, the fact that the voting turnout there is so low. Baramati is the place where Ajit Pawar has been winning consecutively since last 5 to 6 terms, and that too with huge margin. During the 2019 election, he won the election there with a difference of a massive 1.5 to 1.7 lakh votes. And this time around, the low voter turnout coupled with pre-poll violence along with such activities surely suggests that things aren't as smooth as they were in 2019.
Right, so those visuals, as Anush pointed out, coming in from the Parli constituency, where NCP versus NCP, Sharad Pawar NCP and Ajit Pawar NCP. But now more news, Anush, and do stay on, coming in regarding Chhagan Bhujbal, who is a member of the Ajit Pawar NCP, that he was allegedly stopped from entering a booth, and he was blocked by NCP Sharad Pawar workers. So Chhagan Bhujbal in the Yevala State Assembly constituency, they're being blocked by Sharad Pawar-led NCP workers from going inside the polling booth. They objected and questioned how Bhujbal could visit the polling booth several times. And let's go back to Anuj for more on this. So Anuj, again, this NCP versus NCP, they're playing out. And in this case, Chhagan Bhujbal, they're being blocked from entering a polling booth.
Yeah, it is happening in Yevala, which is the home constituency of Chhagan Bhujbal, where he is fighting it out against Manik Rao Shinde, the official candidate from Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. And, much like Baramati, even Yevala has been a very, what do you say, like a cakewalk for Chhagan Bhujbal since 2004, and that is the first time he contested from that region. But as you're seeing that, as the clash is very high octane on the other 36 constituencies where both the NCPs are fighting it out against each other, even Yevala has no different story. There's a set of guidelines where the candidate who is fighting the election, he has to follow certain restrictions, limitations, especially on the polling day, considering that the rules and the regulations of the MCC become a little more stringent, especially for those contesting. We saw what happened with Vinod Taude yesterday, and there, while speaking against that, Hirendra Thakur was of the opinion that Vinod Taude should have been aware that one doesn't really visit anyone else's constituency just a day before elections, and that is there's a similar type of pattern that we are seeing in Yevala as well. Now in Yevala, there is a major concern in front of Chhagan Bhujbal this time around, because Chhagan Bhujbal has been on the radar of Manoj Jarange ever since he started his Maratha reservation. Chhagan Bhujbal has probably been the only top brass leader who's gone on to speak directly against Manoj Jarange Patil, something that many other leaders have tried to stay away from. Chhagan Bhujbal is a huge name, in the OBC, amongst the OBC communities here in the state, and the Yevala election has specifically become, has specifically gotten divided on the basis of caste, where in OBC, Chhagan Bhujbal is fighting it out against a Maratha Manik Rao Shinde, who is the candidate of Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. We saw 3 to 4 days ago, when I was in Yevala, we saw that Manoj Jarange Patil had taken a rally there where a massive number of people showed up, and that increased the concerns for Chhagan Bhujbal, for whom this constituency, as I said before, was a cakewalk, from 2004 even till 2019, when he had some serious allegations against him. But this time around, it's not going to be the same, considering that caste consolidation is there in place. Manoj Jarange factor is going to play a very crucial role there, and especially because Chhagan Bhujbal has been very vocal against Manoj Jarange party, and now we're seeing that the restlessness is kind of creeping into the candidates as well, which is making them play along with the rules of the MCC right on the day of the polls.
That's right. So there you can see those visuals of Chhagan Bhujbal. You would have never imagined being stopped or blocked rather by the workers from the NCP Sharad Pawar. So let's stay with news from Maharashtra and get you more on Maximum City, Mumbai, which where we saw there's major voter apathy and the turnout is a cause of concern. But early this morning, you did have lots of stars coming out and casting their vote. We saw Bollywood stars like Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao. There you can see Saif and Kareena Kapoor Khan also coming out to cast their votes. Many of them making appeals to Mumbaikars to just come out and ensure they ink their finger, that they practice their democratic right. And so many celebrities since the morning have been coming out. You had Sachin Tendulkar as well, who is a mascot for the elections, is an icon by the Election Commission for the elections. There you can see Javed Akhtar as well. Let's just listen into what some of the celebrity appeals have been since the morning as they came out to cast their vote.
Well, I think let's forget the issues, and right now it's voting day and it's your birthright. You have to come and vote. So please vote, and if you haven't, it's open till, especially the Palial place is open till 8 p.m. So please come and cast your vote.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितनी भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए. ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ. सो सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए.
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए. इससे बड़ा एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता. कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है. इट्स कूल टू बी अ पर्सन हु गोज एंड कास्ट हिज और हर वोट. बी कूल.
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है.
Even we have to be as responsible. बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो. हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते. लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का. वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए. और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है. वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए.
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country. And I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance. And I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
All right, so will Mumbaikars really come out and cast their vote? We'll have to wait and see what the turnout is by the evening. But yes, as Ranbir Kapoor there was appealing that come out and cast your vote. It is your right. It is also your duty. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
एक ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए।
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascents. All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution? All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent
Welcome back. Assembly elections taking place in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, and in Punjab, bypolls are underway in 4 key assembly seats: Gidarbaha, Barnala, Dera Baba Nanak and Chabbewal. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party gearing up for a tough contest against both the Congress and the BJP. This has turned into a three-way competition. Earlier on in 2022 elections, Congress had got 3 of these constituencies, with AAP holding only Barnala. It's especially the Gidarbaha seat that has a lot of focus, given the kind of, it's been in the spotlight, giving the high-stakes battle there between Congress's Amrita Waring, BJP's seasoned politician Manpreet Singh Badal, and AAP's Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dhillon. So let's take a look. NDTV's Gurpreet was there and spoke to some of the candidates and sent us this report.
हमारे साथ अमृता वड़िंगा ये उनसे बात कर रहे हैं। तो मैम, आज फाइनल डे है टेस्ट का, तो कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बहुत अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, फाइनली थोड़ी रिलैक्स्ड हूँ।
जो आपके विरोधी हैं, फॉर्मर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, वहीं हम देख रहे हैं डिम्पी ढिल्लों जो पहले अकाली दल से इलेक्शन लड़ चुके हैं, इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी से लड़ रहे हैं। एक तरह की सरकार है आपके पीछे, वो कह रहे हैं हम डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पे वोट मांग रहे हैं। तो कैसे देख रहे हैं आप अपोनेंट्स को?
मैं देख नहीं रही हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा इस चीज़ को देख नहीं रही हूँ। जो काम किए हैं वो लोगों के बीच में हैं, लोगों के बीच में रह के किए हैं, एक शांति का माहौल दिया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक दहशत का माहौल ख़त्म किया। और वो लोग जानते हैं, मेरे कहने पे या किसी के कहने पे कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जिन लोगों को ये शांति दी है ना, आप कृपया उनसे पूछिए जाके।
एक डिम्पी ढिल्लों जो आपके ओपोनेंट है, वो ये कह रहे हैं इस बार लोग लोकल कैंडिडेट को प्रेफर कर रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं आपकी तो वोट भी नहीं यहाँ पे, ना राजा वड़िंग की ना आपकी है।
क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? देखिए, पिछले 13 साल से राजा वड़िंग ने गिदरबाहा को वो कुछ दिया है जो किसी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने, किसी हल्का इंचार्ज डिम्पी जी रहे हैं, इनमें से कोई कुछ नहीं दे पाया।
बहुत सालों के बाद राजनीति में एक औरत को टिकट मिली है, तो क्या उसका भी आपको कहीं ना कहीं लाभ दिखता नजर आ रहा है?
मुझे लाभ हो या ना हो, औरतों को लाभ जरूर होगा। ये औरतों की इलेक्शन है।
Gidarbaha is one of the hot seats, and we have seen in Punjab in 4 constituency bipolar happening. We are at Gidarbaha. We will talk to Dimpy Dhillon, who is contesting from Aam Aadmi Party. So, sir, welcome to NDTV. So, how do you see this campaign? And today voting has already been begun. So, how do you see the election?
Elections are going normal. किसी भी अपना बूथ से कोई मेरे को अभी तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई। एवरीथिंग इज़ नॉर्मल। 7 बजे से 1 घंटा हो गया, अब वोटिंग चल रही है।
तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार? हम देख रहे हैं कि राजा वड़िंग जो कांग्रेस के चीफ हैं, उनके वाइफ हैं आपके खिलाफ, वहीं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है मनप्रीत बादल। तो कैसे लग रहा है? क्योंकि लगातार कैंपेन हम देखते रहे, आप लोगों से रहे, क्या लग रहा है आपको? क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे?
सर, एक्चुअली दिस इज़ द कंटेस्ट पंजाब प्रदेश फुल कांग्रेस, पंजाब प्रदेश कांग्रेस, आई मीन टू से नॉट ओनली राजा वड़िंग प्लस बीजेपी, 2 बार के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वर्सेस पब्लिक। मैं तो पब्लिक का नुमाइंदा हूँ। ये इस बार है कंटेस्ट। देखना ये है कि गिदरबाहा जीता है या ये लोग जीते हैं। इट इज़ गिदरबाहा वर्सेस आउटसाइडर्स, दोनों ही बाहर के।
कह रहे कि वोट सिर्फ डिम्पी ढिल्लों यहाँ कास्ट करेंगे, बाकी कोई मुक्तसर से आ रहा है, कोई बादल से आ रहा है। तो क्या लग रहा है कि ये समीकरण लोगों के मन में होंगे जब वोट डालेंगे?
यही है समीकरण। यही मेन समीकरण ही ये है कि इस बार हमारा गिदड़बा जीतेगा, मतलब बाहर का नहीं जीतेगा। इस बार हमारी कैंपेन का मेन अपना इसी बात को हमने लेके टारगेट किया है कि गिदरबाहा वर्सेस आउटसाइडर्स। सो आउटसाइडर्स को आउट करेंगे।
तो डिम्पी ढिल्लों पहले अकाली दल में थे, बड़े नैरो मार्जिन से रह गए पिछली बार। तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार जो बहुत कम मार्जिन था, तो इस बार क्या बिल्कुल उल्ट होने वाला है?
उम्मीद तो बहुत है जी। पब्लिक तो काफ़ी अच्छा रिस्पांस कर रही है और बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद है कि इस बार मेरा साथ देगी पब्लिक।
क्या लगता है कि जो वोट डालने से पहले जो दिमाग में क्या मुद्दे हैं, या पार्टी है या कैंडिडेट है?
कैंडिडेट को वोट, जो अच्छा कैंडिडेट हो उसको वोट देंगे।
क्या दिमाग में क्या है?
कैंडिडेट ही है मेन तो।
बाकी डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए पंजाब की। यहाँ गिजड़बाई कुछ मसले हैं, कुछ गिजड़बाई के जैसे सीवरेज का है, फ्लाईओवर का है। अब देखो कौन सी पार्टी करेगी आके, जो करेगी उसके वो हमेशा रहेगी।
आप यंग भी हो, तो क्या अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेके बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा पूरे देश में ही है, ना कि इस जगह पे, तो क्या लगता है कि कोई एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का भी यहाँ पे कोई ऐसी चीज़ होनी चाहिए ताकि लोकल लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल सके?
हाँ देखो, फैक्ट्रीज़ वगैरह अगर कोई आ जाए, कोई इंडस्ट्री आ जाए यहाँ पर, तो अच्छा है यहाँ के लोगों के लिए, अच्छा रहेगा। देखो एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो फिर उसी पे डिपेंड करती है, अगर कोई फैक्ट्री लाएगा, कोई इंडस्ट्री लाएगा यहाँ पर, तभी आ पाएगी।
पर इस वक्त दिमाग में सबसे बड़ा कैंडिडेट है, मतलब मुद्दे पीछे हैं, कैंडिडेट आगे है?
नहीं, मुद्दे मेरे लिए तो मुद्दे आगे हैं। कैंडिडेट तो चलो आते रहेंगे अलग अलग पार्टीज़ के, पर डेवलपमेंट तभी होगी जब मुद्दों को देखोगे, नहीं तो नहीं होगी। पार्टी बाजी से आगे निकलना पड़ेगा।
मैम क्या मुद्दे हैं यहाँ?
पानी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ
पानी?
पे। हाँ जी, सीवरेज का बहुत बुरा हाल है, बस यही है।
तो बाकी और जो डेवलपमेंट है, आप डेवलपमेंट को माइंड में रखोगे या पार्टी को या कैंडिडेट को? क्योंकि
डेवलपमेंट को पहले हमारे अच्छा होना चाहिए सब कुछ।
Very clear word from the voters of Giderba. They say, some of the voters, they say they are keeping in mind about the issues of this Giderbas while casting their vote. Some of the voters, they say they are also picking up the candidate and the party when they are going to cast their vote. So let's see which party and which candidate will be able to win this election from Giderba. But Giderba is a hot seat which has a lot of importance in Punjab politics. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Giderba, Punjab.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Welcome back. We've been getting you all the very latest on elections underway in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, as well as the by-polls that are taking place. But now some news coming in from Maharashtra, where there has been another scuffle. This is, remember, a key battle that is taking place between the Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi bloc. And given how key this fight is and how it will define politics, really, not just in the state, but in the national front as well, we've seen that lots of, the tempers are running high, and there have been reports of scuffles. Mumbai city so far has polled 39.3%, and that has been a big concern about the voter turnout in the city, and voter apathy as well in Mumbai. We've seen since the morning several stars coming out to cast their vote, and also appealing to Mumbaikars to also come out and practice their democratic rights. So voter turnout till now in Mumbai has been 39.34% till 3 p.m. And in Uttar Pradesh, there is by-elections taking place in 9 constituencies, and are reports of a scuffle that took place between the MIM candidate and the police. This was in Mirapur, and in UP Mirapur, candidate Arshad San was then taken into custody after this altercation. According to reports, this altercation took place over the taking of a mobile phone into the booth, and that's where this entire episode that was caught on camera took place. The incident escalating from words to an actual physical scuffle, and then Arshad San taken into custody. The confrontation has thrown a spotlight on the security measures on election day, enforcement of rules prohibiting electronic devices at polling stations. And staying with news from UP, and in another polling booth, you had another issue taking place of voters being turned away, and after complaints, the Election Commission really cracking the whip there, and cops have been suspended after complaints were made that some voters were being turned away from the polling booth. This is something that the opposition has raised time and again, claiming that sometimes the police act in a particular way. And Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief, in fact, who highlighted this issue, then made an appeal to voters to go back to those polling booths and ensure that they cast their vote.
जब से बोर्ड पढ़ना शुरू हुआ है, तब से शिकायत आना शुरू हो गई हैं। ये तमाम शिकायतें हम लोग कर चुके हैं, लगता यह है कि चुनाव आयोग की इंद्रियां काम नहीं कर रही हैं, न उसे दिखाई दे रहा है न सुनाई दे रहा है। बीजेपी ये चुनाव वोट से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाह रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये उपचुनाव वोट से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाहती है। भाजपा हार के डर से प्रशासन पर बेईमानी करने का दबाव बना रही है।
Well, let's go across to Tanushka, who's been tracking all these developments. And Tanushka, this has been a complaint by the opposition, Samajwadi Party, also raising this issue of voters being turned away. Now the Election Commission, acting on it, and police have been suspended.
Right, yes, the Election Commission has cracked its whip upon the cops in Uttar Pradesh with respect to the violation of the election rules in different districts in Uttar Pradesh wherein polling was happening and is still ongoing right now. Police personnel were checking the voting identification cards of the people who were going to cast their votes, which is not allowed. And after this, Akhilesh Yadav as well as the Samajwadi Party raised this complaint with the Election Commission. Election Commission took a prompt action on this, and police personnel have been suspended in various locations across Uttar Pradesh. 2 sub-inspectors have been suspended in Kanpur. 2 have also been suspended in Muzaffarnagar. In Muzaffarnagar, there was a scuffle also that broke out between the UP Mirapur candidate, wherein he was allegedly taking a phone inside the polling booth, which is again not allowed. And in this case, there is 1 head constable who's been suspended, 2 sub-inspectors and 2 women constables also who have been, taken off poll duty and been sent to the police lines. But what we are, of course, understanding is that majorly the police have also participated in checking of identification cards of the voters and, not letting some of the voters, not allowing them to go and cast their vote, which is when the Election Commission has taken their action. And after this, Akhilesh Yadav is also, urged and reached out to the voters and told them that they must go back to their respective polling booths and cast their votes again and try to cast their votes again, because this time round they will not be, shunned away. And also there have been cases of, people, especially the BJP, claiming that women in burqas and as well as fake votes are being cast under the guise of, burqas in this manner. And these, of course, these claims are being rubbished at this point by the Samajwadi Party. But this is, constant tussle that is going on between both the parties. But what is essential right now is that voting, the voters are being urged to go back and cast their votes who were not being allowed in the first place round.
All right, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us there with all the very latest. And Tanushka taking us through those controversies that have broken out through the day as polling is taking place in 9 constituencies in UP. Now, this is an election which is pivotal for both the ruling BJP and opposition Samajwadi Party, especially after the BJP setback in the recent Lok Sabha elections, also being seen as a litmus test for Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party. Now, in these by-polls, the Congress is not contesting; it's just supporting the Samajwadi Party as part of the India bloc. 9 seats there: Mirapur, Kundarki, Ghaziabad, Khair, Karhal, Sishamau, Phulpur and Katehari, as well as Majavan, are seeing polling taking place today. We'll continue to track all those developments, also polling underway in Maharashtra and Jharkhand as well. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest. For the moment, slipping into a short break. More updates coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, Read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascends.
All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0. Is it time up Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit, was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
The big battle for Maharashtra, it's the Mahayuti versus the Mahavikas Aghadi. In Mumbai, there's a 39.34% voter turnout till 3 p.m. Clearly a day of reckoning in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand. In Maharashtra, there is the voter turnout, which is now going up. In Jharkhand, it's 61.47% till 3 p.m. The Shiv Sena candidate Sanjay Nirupam's big allegation. Sanjay Nirupam says that Muslim voters were blocked in Dindoshi. A Sharad Pawar camp supporter is slapped in a scuffle between the Sena and an independent Nandgaon candidate. The Election Commission tracks the whip in Uttar Pradesh, where by-elections are taking place. Policemen have been suspended. Action against the police after voters were reportedly turned away. Akhilesh Yadav urges them to go right back and vote. A girl from the SC/ST community is killed in the Samajwadi Party stronghold of Karhal. The parents allege that the girl was forced to vote for the Samajwadi Party. Good afternoon. The big story, the Maharashtra Assembly election polling is well underway. Also, the polling in this phase in Jharkhand. In Maharashtra, the ruling BJP-led Mahayuti alliance is vying to retain power, and the Mahavikas Aghadi or MVA combine is hoping for a strong comeback. The Mumbai voter turnout till 3 p.m. was under 40%. Key leaders in the race include the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde contesting from the Kopri Pakhadi and seat, and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis defending his stronghold in Nagpur Southwest. The NCP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is seeking to retain the family bastion of Baramati. Various factors like OBC consolidation, Maratha reservation, and the impact of cash tolls like the Ladki Bahin Yojana that could significantly influence the fortunes and outcome for the incumbent BJP-led Mahayuti and the Congress-led Mahavikas Aghadi that is trying to wrest power. Those are some of the key issues this time around. Meanwhile, the news coming in is of a scuffle between Shiv Sena and an independent candidate in Nandgaon. Let's just bring you the very latest on this. In fact, a fierce confrontation, as you can see, erupted between the Shiv Sena Suhas Kande and the independent candidate Sameer Bhujbal regarding voter identification at a polling station in the Nashik district. The situation was brought under control after police and election authorities arrived at the location, ensuring that the voting process continued uninterrupted. The dispute occurred at a polling center in Nandgaon Assembly constituency when Chhagan Bhujbal questioned the legitimacy of certain voters in the area, leading to these clashes. Meanwhile, Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal in the Yewala State Assembly constituency was blocked by Sharad Pawar-led NCP workers from going inside the polling booth. They objected and questioned how Mr. Bhujbal can visit the polling booth on several occasions. In a heated turn of events during the Maharashtra Assembly elections, a significant controversy has erupted in Dindoshi. Sanjay Nirupam, the Shiv Sena candidate, has made a startling claim that Muslim women voters were being blocked from casting their votes. According to Mr. Nirupam, this is due to interference by Muslim men at the polling stations. The accusation has stirred a political storm, with footage circulating of Nirupam slamming the table in frustration during a press conference. This development could have profound implications for the electoral process in the region. We'll try and bring you more details of what's happening in Dindoshi. There have also been tensions which have flared in Maharashtra's political arena as supporters of the Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar factions within the Nationalist Congress Party, the NCP, came to blows. Reports confirm a physical altercation in the Parli Assembly constituency, where an activist aligned with Sharad Pawar's camp was assaulted by members of the Ajit Pawar faction. This incident marks another chapter in the ongoing rivalry between the two factions, highlighting the deep divisions within the party. My colleagues Anuj Raite and Radhika join me now for more on these clashes taking place. Anuj, where you're reporting, can you give us an idea of the clashes which have been reported, how the Election Commission is reacting?
I'll tell you about the clashes in North Maharashtra, especially in Nashik district, where we are seeing that two Bhujbal family members found themselves in some precarious situation against their opponents. Firstly, in Nandgaon constituency, we see Samir Bhujbal, who's fighting as an independent candidate. He's also a rebel candidate who was denied a ticket, and then he threw his hat into the ring as an independent candidate, has got a substantial hold. He's a former MP of Nashik region, and he is making it a three-way fight, and his prime opponent would be the incumbent MLA there, that is Suhas Kande, who is a Shinde Shiv Sena member. Now, what happened is that Suhas Kande allegedly brought voters, filled in a bus to the polling booth, and the Samir Bhujbal workers there, they stopped the bus and they questioned the identity of those voters, whether they were the residents of the constituency and about their whereabouts. When there were no substantial answers for this from the Suhas Kande faction, we see that the clashes broke out between these two candidates and their workers, in which some heated words were also shared, especially by Suhas Kande, who is known, for getting or for finding himself in controversial situations, especially when it comes to giving out statements. When you talk about his uncle in Yeola district, there is a lot more to discover, because Chhagan Bhujbal has been a very strong name in the Yeola constituency since 2004 till 2019. He's won all the elections single-handedly, irrespective of what kind of development has taken place in that particular region. This time around, though, it is going to be slightly different, especially because of the Manoj Jarange factor. Chhagan Bhujbal is the only leader from the top brass of Maharashtra's politics who's spoken directly against Manoj Jarange Patil. On a couple of occasions, he said sentences
we'll talk about
or
the
statements which
politics
have not
later on.
really
I just
pleased
want to know a little bit about the clashes. Let me go straight across to Radhika also on this. Radhika, in the Parli Assembly constituency, workers of the NCP's Ajit Pawar faction apparently beat up a worker of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. Is that right? Can you share any more details about that?
That's right. In Parli constituency, NCP Ajit Pawar faction workers beat up NCP Sharad Pawar faction workers. So NCP versus NCP playing out in Parli constituency. In fact, slapped a worker and vandalized the place. And as a result of the violence that took place in that particular polling booth, it spread out to other polling booths also close to that. And there had been minor clashes and violence close to that particular area as well. So yes, NCP versus NCP clash in Parli. Besides that, in Yevla also it was an NCP versus NCP clash. In fact, Chhagan Bhujbal was stopped from entering the polling booth by NCP Sharad Pawar workers. In fact, the allegation is that he'd been going in and out of the polling booth and trying to influence the voters. Therefore, he should be blocked from entering the polling booth. So there was a clash and an argument and an altercation that took place in Yevla as well. So Parli and Yevla are the places, are the constituencies where there was a clash between NCP Sharad Pawar as well as NCP Ajit Pawar. To talk about Dindoshi clash, Dindoshi, which is in Mumbai, yes, Sanjay Nirupam making some startling allegations, big allegations that women, Muslim women were not allowed to vote by the men in that particular polling booth or that particular constituency. Remember, Sanjay Nirupam is a contestant from Dindoshi, from Congress party. He had joined Eknath Shinde Sena. So this is a big allegation that has been made, and he says that he will make a formal complaint on this particular allegation as well. So yes, NCP versus NCP playing out in Yevla as well as in Parli Assembly constituency. In Nasik, there is a Samir Bhujbal, as you already mentioned, Samir Bhujbal versus a Sena candidate, and in Dindoshi, which is in Mumbai, it's Sena versus Sena playing out. So minor clashes and violence being reported from different parts of Maharashtra.
All right. Thank you, both of you, very much for being with us. We're going to move on now to some shocking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where there's been an attempt to murder which has been captured on camera. A man being hacked brutally outside a court. The advocate was brutally hacked in broad daylight. This took place in Krishnagiri in Tamil Nadu. I'm joined now by Sam Daniel. Sam, what exactly happened in this instance?
Vishnu, this happened outside the Hosur court in Krishnagiri district of Tamil Nadu. A lawyer called Kannan was hacked by another assistant of a lawyer working in the same court. And this has been caught on camera. This happened in full public glare as public helplessly stood watching this happen. Police have arrested the suspect. Investigation is underway. Initial investigation reveals that the suspect and the lawyer who was attacked had a personal problem earlier. It went to the police station, also to the court. It was compromised, and it's in this context, police say, this has taken place. And this is the second such incident in Tamil Nadu on a single day. In another part of Tamil Nadu, in Thanjavur district, another woman teacher right in her school campus was stabbed and she died on her way to hospital. In that case, it was a man who she had turned down for marriage. And again, that man has been arrested. And both EPS, the AIADMK chief, and the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Annamalai, have raised questions in terms of the deteriorating law and order, as they call it in the state. In a tweet, Annamalai says it's disastrous law and order situation in Tamil Nadu, and EPS has said it's important. MK Stalin, who heads the Home Department, ought to take stringent action, and this has become a common scene now, these leaders say. The DMK and the Tamil Nadu police is there to respond formally, but investigators say both these cases are around personal issues involving these two individuals.
All right, we leave it there, Sam. Thanks very much. Returning now to the election news from Maharashtra. It's clearly a prestige battle in Mumbai. India's financial capital has been voting. The turnout at 39.34 till about 3 p.m. There are 36 assembly constituencies in the Mumbai region. The BJP's Mumbai dominance is being challenged by political realignments. We've reached out to several key candidates through the day. Let's take a look at what they've said.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है। ये उत्सव है। ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए। सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था, लोग आज भूले नहीं है। लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था, और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति। जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने, और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था, हमने उसको शुरू किया।
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर राज्य में कांग्रेस के सबसे ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट चुन के आएंगे और महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आएंगी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा कि कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े ये पैसे बांटते हुए पकड़े गए। बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा।
We have with us Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, how confident are you about the prospects of BJP in Maharashtra and especially in Vidarbha?
I am 100% confident at any cost. 100% it is favor to BJP, and with the positivity and for the development, the people of Vidarbha will vote for BJP and Mahayuti. That I am very much confident about it.
But during the last elections, we have seen, the performance of the BJP was not at, what used to be. So what was the reason during the last election?
At that time, the voter was confused by Congress party, and they creating confusion in the mind of the people about the constitution. And their argument was that if the BJP will get 400 seats, they will change the constitution of Baba Sahib. And that was the argument. We don't want to change the constitution. We are very much committed for that. By the time particularly in Raebareli when Indira ji got elected, after that the High Court Allahabad had taken the decision against them. That time they actually, it's unfortunate for the democracy. The emergency started in the country, and at that time Congress party has taken a lot of decision where they make a lot of amendment in the constitution. And after Janata Party in 1977, they actually all rectified that. So that is the reason the party who actually damaged the constitution, they are trying to convince the people about they have to save the constitution. That is to be a big controversy. So now people understand the truth. So there is no problem. 100% we are going to win this election.
But don't you think the videos coming just before the elections, BJP leaders with huge currency, and then the whole entire Bitcoin scandal about Supriya Sule and NCP leaders involving few policemen also. The voter is also asked questions from both the parties.
Actually, these are the non-issues. It don't have any importance. People are going to vote for development, and they are going to judge who is the party and who are the leaders who can change their future. As far as the development is concerned, that is to be the biggest criteria of the people, and for that reason people will vote for BJP and alliance, a Mahayuti alliance.
So my last question, who will be the CM, sir?
It is to be elected. Representative are going to decide about it.
सभी महाराष्ट्र के बहनों भाइयों को और विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों को ये अपील करना चाहता हूं कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर वो वोट करें। जहां तक विनोद तावड़े जी का सवाल है, मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया, न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा, न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला। जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया। जहां तक सुप्रिया सुळे जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व आईपीएस अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं, कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है, और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा, इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए।
In Baramati, the political arena has transformed into a family battleground as the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, representing the NCP, faces off against his nephew Yogendra Pawar from the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. The election pits Ajit Pawar's development-focused campaign against the emotional appeal of Sharad Pawar. Political analysts suggest that a loss for Ajit could diminish his influence, potentially leading to a shift in party allegiance among some MLAs, which could ripple through Maharashtra's political landscape. The outcome might also influence the forthcoming local body elections.
पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे।
आपके सामने कुल 23 उम्मीदवार हैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, लेकिन सबसे कड़े उम्मीदवार जो है वो हमें लगता है कि अजीत पवार जी, जो कि 7 बार यहाँ से विधायक चुने जा चुके हैं। 1991 से लगातार वो यहाँ के एमएलए रहे हैं। कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण आप इसे मानते हैं?
ठीक है, पर वो 7वीं इलेक्शन में पवार साहब की साथ थी, उनको पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद था, सपोर्ट था, इसलिए वो वहाँ
अब तक जीत कर आए। आपका कहना है कि अब तक शरद पवार जी का आशीर्वाद था उनको, इसीलिए अब तक वो जीतते रहे।
मतलब इसलिए उनको लोगों का भी आशीर्वाद मिलता था, पर अभी पवार साहब उनके साथ नहीं है, मतलब वही छोड़ के गए। और पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद और हम एक साथ है, पवार साहब भी हमारे साथ है, और जहाँ पवार साहब है वहाँ बारामती की जनता है।
Mumbai, often criticized for its voter apathy, today witnessed a different scene as several high-profile celebrities stepped out early to cast their votes. Bollywood stars such as Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao led by example, demonstrating civic responsibility. Not just the glitz of the film industry, but cricket legend Sachin Tendulkar also made his presence felt at polling booths, signaling to the city's residents the importance of participating in the democratic process. Their actions today could serve as a catalyst for higher voter turnout in Mumbai, highlighting that every vote counts in shaping the future. While Mumbai is known for voter apathy, there were several celebrities who were seen among the early voters today, from Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao to Sachin Tendulkar, among others.
Well, I think let's forget the issues, and right now it's voting day and it's your birthright. You have to farz hai to come and vote. So please vote, and if you haven't, it's open till, especially the Palial place is open till 8 p.m. So please come and cast your vote.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितनी भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए। ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ। सो सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए।
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए। इससे बड़ा एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है। इट्स कूल टू बी अ पर्सन हु गोज एंड कास्ट हिज और हर वोट। बी कूल।
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है।
प्रॉब्लम इश्यूज इज इवन वी हैव टू बी एज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो, हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते। लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का, वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए। और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है, ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है, वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए।
Time now for us to take a short break. There's a lot more coming up. We'll continue to track the voting in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Huge day in the Indian election process.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app.
Welcome back. As polling is underway for bypolls across 9 constituencies in Uttar Pradesh, a massive controversy has broken out. The body of a Dalit girl was found near Kanjara River Bridge in Uttar Pradesh's Kadhal, where voting has been underway for the bypoll. The death has taken a political turn, with the family of the deceased alleging that their daughter was murdered for supporting the BJP and deciding against voting for the Samajwadi Party. The girl was from the SC/ST community and allegedly raped and killed in this area.
बिटिया कह रही थी हम बीजेपी में फूले वोट दिए, मेरी कॉलोनी बनवाई, तो जो वो लोग साइकिल में वोट डाल के नहीं डाल रहे, तो हमारे की तो हम तो दिखाई तू मर गया तो दुर्गिया तरनाव तो दुर्गिया को मर गया तो बनाइए हम कल ही लगो 12 और 1 बजे के बीच में डालने को वोट साइकिल में अपने जब नदिया में डेड बॉडी मिली।
लला की हालत
किस बात को लेकर?
इतनी बात के ऊपर है, बता रहे बाने जगह हम किसी से डरते नहीं, मैं कमल में वोट देंगे, मैं किसी को नहीं देंगे। बाने कही तू दुरगिया है तो चुरगिया बना दी, कल वोट डाल के देख ली तू मैया की लाल, और बस जाए पकड़ ला। ये मैं जब विश्वास मनते माय नेताजी के द्वारे वारे बेटी हुए पालक दे बेटी राती।
एक युवती कल शाम से गायब हो गई थी और उसमें 2 लोगों पे आरोप था कि इन लोगों ने अपहरण किया है। तो तत्काल उन दोनों आरोपियों को पुलिस हिरासत में ले लिया गया है और युवती का शव मिला है, उसको पंचायतनामा पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई कराई जा रही है और उनसे तहरीर प्राप्त की जा रही है और इसमें पूरी सख्ती जो भी दोषी हैं उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई उनके खिलाफ की।
In a surprising turn of events at the polling booth in Uttar Pradesh's Mirpur district, a scuffle broke out between supporters of the AIMIM candidate Arshad Rana and local police. The incident escalated when Arshad's son was taken into custody after an altercation sparked by an attempt to bring a mobile phone into the voting area. This confrontation has thrown a spotlight on election day security measures and the enforcement of rules prohibiting electronic devices at polling stations. Well, the Election Commission is clearly looking very closely at this incident and they are now taking action as well. The action follows the complaints which we're receiving of voters who have complained of harassment. Policemen have been suspended after complaints. Akhilesh Yadav has now urged voters to go back to vote. At some places, voters were turned away.
जब से वोट पड़ना शुरू हुआ है, तब से शिकायत आना शुरू हो गई हैं। ये तमाम शिकायतें हम लोग कर चुके हैं। लगता यह है कि चुनाव आयोग की इंद्रियां काम नहीं कर रही हैं, न उसे दिखाई दे रहा है न सुनाई दे रहा है। बीजेपी ये चुनाव वोट से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाह रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये उपचुनाव वोट से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाहती है। भाजपा हार के डर से प्रशासन पर बेईमानी करने का दबाव बना रही है।
कुछ जगहों से शिकायतें आई थी समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से और कुछ सोशल मीडिया पे भी उनकी शिकायतें आई थी कि पुलिस के कर्मचारी रोक रहे हैं या वो आईडी चेक कर रहे हैं। तो इन शिकायतों की जांच कराई गई थी। जो भी शिकायतें आई उनको जांच कराया गया और 5 ऐसे कर्मचारियों पे जो चिन्हित किए जिनके द्वारा उल्लंघन किया गया था ईसीआई की गाइडलाइंस का, उनको सस्पेंड किया गया। 2 कानपुर में, 2 मुजफ्फरनगर में और 1 मुरादाबाद में। इसके अलावा और कर्मचारी भी हैं जिनको हटाया गया जगह से और 5 के खिलाफ सस्पेंशन की कार्रवाई विभागीय कार्रवाई शुरू की गई है।
There are by-polls taking place in 9 constituencies in Uttar Pradesh today, in addition, of course, to the assembly elections in Jharkhand and Maharashtra. This election in UP is pivotal for both the ruling BJP and the opposition Samajwadi Party, the by-polls, especially after the BJP setback in the recent Lok Sabha elections. It's also being seen as a litmus test for Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party. Remember, the Congress is not contesting these polls, but is supporting the Samajwadi Party as part of the India bloc. 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh: Mirapur, Kundargi, Ghaziabad, Khair, Kadhal, Sishamao, Phulpur, Katehari and Majhawan are up for these by-polls.
अपोजिंग कैंडिडेट प्रत्याशी है सिंगराज जाटव, उनका ये कहना है कि ये जो लाइन पार एरियाज है, अभी जैसे कि हम प्रताप विहार में है, यहाँ पर बीजेपी का उतना स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड नहीं है। इस पर आपका क्या रिस्पांस रहेगा कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है लाइन पार एरियाज की?
पता नहीं वो क्यों कह रहे हैं, वरना 2 पिछले चुनावों के 4 आंकड़े उठाकर देख लीजिए। हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ से बहुत आगे रही है और इस बार भी मुझे लगता है कि जो वोट पड़ेगा उसमें 70 से 75% वोट भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पड़ने वाला है।
कौन से मेन मुद्दे हैं सर जिस पे आप मतलब इफ इलेक्टेड आप काम करने का सोचोगे? ऐसे कौन से 3 मेन मुद्दे होंगे जो गाजियाबाद में आपको लगता है कि ज़रूरत है काम की?
देखिए, काम की आवश्यकता तो हमेशा रहती है। ये लोग जानबूझकर लाइन पार क्षेत्र आप देखिए इतना डेवलप हो चुका है और इस क्षेत्र में पूरे गाजियाबाद में सबसे महंगी ज़मीन है क्योंकि इसकी कनेक्टिविटी इतनी अच्छी है। सामने नोएडा है, 15 मिनट पर दिल्ली है, आधा घंटे पर मेरठ है, 2 मिनट में गाजियाबाद है। सबसे अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी वाला ये क्षेत्र है। इस क्षेत्र का विकास जितना हुआ है पिछले भाजपा की सरकारों में, उतना किसी क्षेत्र का नहीं हुआ है। ये लोग केवल एक सिंपैथी लेते हुए लाइन पार, लाइन पार, लाइन पार। अब ये लाइन पार नहीं है, अब ये गाजियाबाद साउथ है।
सर, आप यहाँ पर सिटिंग एमएलए जो थे, आपकी क्या समझ है इस बार इलेक्शन से कि यहाँ पे जो वोटिंग डेमोग्राफिक अभी है और जो वोट शेयर है दलित्स का भी, एससी कम्युनिटी का भी?
देखिए, बहुत सारे लोगों को, जो लोग दलित हैं, पिछड़े हैं, उनको बहकाया जाता है और क्योंकि वो लोग भोले भाले होते हैं तो कई बार उन्हें कास्टिज्म के जाल में उलझा दिया जाता है। उसका असर तो रहेगा है, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी के आने के बाद बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में लोगों ने अब देश के लिए, विकास के लिए वोट देना शुरू किया है। तभी आज नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री हैं और तभी आज योगी जी दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री हैं।
सर, अभी जो इलेक्शंस हो रहे हैं, वोटिंग हो रही है, सपा का ये कहना है कि ईवीएम में मैल फंक्शंस हो रहे हैं और ये गाजियाबाद में ही कई बूथ्स पर हो रहे हैं।
ऐसा है कि वो लोग फिर से लोगों को बहकाना चाहते हैं। जब चुनाव आयोग ईवीएम की मशीन रख करके ये पूछता है कि इसमें मेल फंक्शन करके दिखाओ, आप किसी भी तरीके से करके दिखाओ, जब उसमें हो ही नहीं सकता तो कोई कैसे कर देगा मेल फंक्शन? ठीक है। और ये गाजियाबाद जो है, सिर्फ एक बार अगर छोड़ दिया जाए तो करीब 1989 से लगातार लोकसभा सीट जीतता हुआ है और विधानसभा की सीट हमने एक बार लूज़ करी है, वरना विधानसभा भी हम जीतते हैं। तो उस टाइम पर तो ईवीएम भी नहीं थी। तो अब कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना।
सर, यहाँ इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में बीजेपी का इससे पहले हमेशा जीत रही है, इसको आप कैसे देखते हो? क्या मेन मुद्दे हैं जिस पर काम लगता है आपको होना चाहिए?
देखिए, जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने यहाँ पे पिछले 3 टर्म से सांसद यहाँ उनके हैं, 2 बार अभी मौजूदा सांसद भी बीजेपी के हैं, जिस तरह से 1996 से लेकर अभी तक मेयर जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बने और पिछली 2 योजनाओं में विधायक यहाँ से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बने, मगर उन्होंने इस गाजियाबाद विधानसभा में का जो ये एक मेजर पार्ट है, जिसको हम लाइन पार क्षेत्र बोलते हैं, विजयनगर बोलते हैं, यहाँ के मतदाताओं को हमेशा से इग्नोर करने का काम किया, उनको उपेक्षित महसूस कराने का काम किया। उनकी जो मूलभूत ज़रूरत है उनको कहीं ना कहीं उनको पूरा ना करने का काम उन्होंने किया। इस वजह से जो इस बार जनता ने अपना मन बनाया है, वो चाहते हैं कि इस बार बदलाव हो।
सर, बीजेपी उत्तर प्रदेश ने इलेक्शन कमीशन को पत्र लिखा है और कहा है कि फेक वोटिंग हो रही है, फेक वोट्स कास्ट हो रहे हैं एंड ऑफ कोर्स एलेज किया है कि ये एसपी के द्वारा हो रही है, कि फेक वोटिंग कास्ट हो रही है उत्तर प्रदेश में।
देखिए, आप समझ सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अगर कोई व्यक्ति या कोई पार्टी अगर उनका जनाधार घट रहा हो, तो आपने देखा जिस तरह से अभी लोकसभा के जो एक जनरल इलेक्शन हुए उसमें 37 सीटें जो है वो समाजवादी पार्टी ने जीती, 6 सीटें जो है वो कांग्रेस ने जीती, टोटल इंडिया गठबंधन ने 43 सीटें जीती और 1 सीट जो है वो चंद्रशेखर जी ने जीती। तो 80 में से 44 सीट जब उनके हाथ से निकली हैं तो उनको अब कहीं ना कहीं एहसास होने लगा है कि जो अभी तक वो धर्म और जाति की राजनीति करते थे, जिस तरह से वो हिंदू मुसलमान की राजनीति करते थे, जिस तरह से वो मंदिर और मस्जिद की राजनीति करते थे, अब लोग उससे कहीं ना कहीं तंग आ चुके हैं। अब वो कहते हैं कि हमें रोजगार चाहिए, हमें व्यापार चाहिए, हमें विकास चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट चाहिए।
Well, I'm joined now by NDTV's Ranveer Singh. He joins us from Kanpur. Thanks, Ranveer, very much for being with us. For the Samajwadi Party and the BJP, broadly speaking, if we look at these by-polls, what's at stake?
This election is just a fight between Samajwadi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party, and a clear war of word can be seen. I'm here in Kanpur, and if we talk about all 9 seats which is witnessing voting for by-polls, the most controversial seat was Mirapur because stone pelting occurred. We have seen a cop raising his pistol in front of the voters, and if we talk about other controversies, some voters alleged that administration stopped them to vote. I'm here in Sisamo. Here also, political allegations were being made by Samajwadi Party candidate and BJP candidate too. And both, this is very interesting because both the candidate alleges that administration is stopping their voters. You can see the deployment of police. This is Kanpur, Sisamau seat, and Naseem Solanki, who is a candidate from Samajwadi Party, and BJP's Ramesh Awasthi, both alleged that their voters have been stopped to vote. So a major controversy was seen in Mirapur, also in Kundarki. If you talk about this Sisamo, this is also that controversial seat because a chaos occurred when BJP candidate was getting outside this booth, and at that place, Suresh Awasthi's BJP candidates was alleging that stone pelting, someone thrown a stone on his car. So he was all set to stage a dharna, but police talked to him and convinced him that he should not be raise any type of controversy during the voting. So if we talk about overall 9 seats, Akhilesh Yadav, he convened a press conference and alleges that this election is not free and fair because administration is working like a BJP worker. So these kind of allegations were being made and by Akhilesh Yadav, and if we talk about BJP President Bhupen Singh Chaudhary, he also alleged Samajwadi Party that Samajwadi Party workers were trying to disturb the vote. So that's why you can see this paramilitary, also policemen, they were deployed, and the voting is almost ending because the timing of voting is 7 to 5. So this time a political war of words between Samajwadi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party.
Ranveer, but let me also ask you about this horrific alleged murder which has taken place of a girl from the SC/ST community, which has resulted in a great deal of tension. Could you tell us what the latest, what exactly is the police or the election commission saying?
A dead body of a young lady who belongs to a scheduled class was found in a sack in Karhal, which is witnessing voting today. So BJP alleged that just because, not only BJP but the family members of the deceased, they all claimed that a man who came to her residence 3 days back and asked whom she will vote, and she replied that she will vote for BJP because of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana's, she was a beneficiary. So he asked that if she will vote for BJP, then she have to face some consequences, and that's why the family alleged that yesterday she was being kidnapped and today her dead body was recovered in a sack. So police is claiming that both the accused are in custody and the interrogation is going on. But as far as political war, Samajwadi Party, obviously, they denied these kind of allegation and they said that this is just a political gimmick by Bharatiya Janata Party, while BJP's chief Bhupen Chaudhary, he said that Samajwadi Party is nervous, Samajwadi Party is frustrated, and that's why just for a vote they are even killing someone. So
all right, Ranveer, we'll leave it over there. It's time for us to take a short break. We'll come back and track this story closely. A lot more coming up. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think
in Punjab, by-polls are underway for 4 key assembly seats: Giddarbaha, Barnala, Dera Baba Nanak and Chabbewal. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party is gearing up for a tough contest against both the Congress and the BJP in what's turned into a fierce three-way competition. Previously, in the 2022 elections, the Congress secured 3 of these constituencies, with the Aam Aadmi Party holding only Barnala. The Giddarbaha seat is particularly in the spotlight, hosting a high-stakes battle among the Congress's Amrita Waring, the BJP's seasoned politician Manpreet Singh Badal, and the Aam Aadmi Party's Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dhillon.
हमारे साथ अमृता वड़िंग आइए उनसे बात कर रहे हैं. तो मैम आज फाइनल डे है टेस्ट का, तो कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बहुत अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. फाइनली थोड़ी रिलैक्स्ड हूँ.
जो आपके विरोधी हैं, फॉर्मर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, वहीं हम देख रहे हैं डिम्पी ढिल्लों हैं जो पहले अकाली दल से इलेक्शन लड़ चुके हैं, इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी से लड़ रहे हैं. एक तरह की सरकार है आपके पीछे. वो कह रहे हैं हम डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पे वोट मांग रहे हैं. तो कैसे देख रहे हैं आप अपोनेंट्स को?
मैं देख नहीं रही हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा इस चीज़ को देख नहीं रही हूँ. जो काम किए हैं वो लोगों के बीच में हैं, लोगों के बीच में रह के किए हैं. एक शांति का माहौल दिया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक दहशत का माहौल ख़त्म किया. और वो लोग जानते हैं, मेरे कहने पे या किसी के कहने पे कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. जिन लोगों को ये शांति दी है ना, आप कृपया उनसे पूछिए जाके.
एक डिम्पी ढिल्लों जो आपके ओपोनेंट है, वो ये कह रहे हैं इस बार लोग लोकल कैंडिडेट को प्रेफर कर रहे हैं. कह रहे हैं आपकी तो वोट भी नहीं यहाँ पे, ना राजा वड़िंग की ना आपकी है.
क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? देखिए, पिछले 13 साल से राजा वड़िंग ने गिदरबाहा को वो कुछ दिया है जो किसी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने, किसी हल्का इंचार्ज डिम्पी जी रहे हैं, इनमें से कोई कुछ नहीं दे पाया।
बहुत सालों के बाद राजनीति में एक औरत को टिकट मिली है, तो क्या उसका भी आपको कहीं ना कहीं लाभ दिखता नजर आ रहा है?
मुझे लाभ हो या ना हो, औरतों को लाभ जरूर होगा। ये औरतों की इलेक्शन है।
Giderba is one of the hot seats, and we have seen in Punjab for in 4 constituency bipolar happening. We are at Giderba. We will talk to Dimpy Dillon, who is contesting from Aam Aadmi Party. So, sir, welcome to NDTV. So, how do you see this campaign? And today voting has already been begun. So, how do you see the election?
Elections are going normal. किसी भी अपना बूथ से कोई मेरे को अभी तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई. एवरीथिंग इज़ नॉर्मल. 7 बजे से 1 घंटा हो गया, अब वोटिंग चल रही है.
तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार? हम देख रहे हैं कि राजा वड़िंग जो कांग्रेस के चीफ हैं, उनके वाइफ हैं आपके खिलाफ, वहीं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है मनप्रीत बादल. तो कैसे लग रहा है, क्योंकि लगातार कैंपेन हम देखते रहे, आप लोगों से रहे, क्या लग रहा है आपको, क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड में?
सर एक्चुअली दिस इज़ द contest Punjab Pradesh full Congress, Punjab Pradesh Congress, I mean to say, not only Raja Vड़िंग plus BJP, 2 बार के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वर्सेस पब्लिक. मैं तो पब्लिक का नुमाइंदा हूँ. ये इस बार है कॉन्टेस्ट. देखना ये है कि गिदड़बाहा जीतता है या ये लोग जीते हैं. इट इज़ गिदड़बाहा वर्सेस आउटसाइडर्स, दोनों ही बाहर के.
कह रहे कि वोट सिर्फ डिम्पी डिल्लो यहाँ कास्ट करेंगे, बाकी कोई मुक्तसर से आ रहा है, कोई बादल से आ रहा है. तो क्या लग रहा है कि ये समीकरण लोगों के मन में होंगे जब वोट डालेंगे?
यही है समीकरण. यही मेन समीकरण ही ये है कि इस बार हमारा गिदड़बा जीतेगा, बाहर का नहीं जीतेगा. इस बार हमारी कैंपेन का मेन अपना इसी बात को हमने लेके टारगेट किया है कि गिदड़बा वर्सेस आउटसाइडर्स. सो आउटसाइडर्स को आउट करेंगे.
तो डिम्पी डिल्लो पहले अकाली दल में थे, बड़े नैरो मार्जिन से रह गए पिछली बार. तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार जो बहुत कम मार्जिन था, तो इस बार क्या बिल्कुल उल्ट होने वाला है?
उम्मीद तो बहुत है जी. पब्लिक तो काफ़ी अच्छा रिस्पांस कर रही है और बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद है कि इस बार मेरा साथ देगी पब्लिक.
क्या लगता है कि जो वोट डालने से पहले जो दिमाग में क्या मुद्दे हैं, या पार्टी है या कैंडिडेट है?
कैंडिडेट को वोट, जो अच्छा कैंडिडेट हो उसको वोट देंगे.
क्या दिमाग में क्या है?
कैंडिडेट ही है मेन तो, और की डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए पंजाब की. या गिदड़बाहा कुछ मसले हैं, कुछ गिदड़बाहा के जैसे सीवरेज का है, फ्लाईओवर का है. अब देखो कौन सी पार्टी करेगी आके, जो करेगी उसके वो हमेशा रहेगी.
आप यंग भी हो, तो क्या अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेके बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा पूरे देश में ही है, ना कि इस जगह पे? तो क्या लगता है कि कोई एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का भी यहाँ पे कोई ऐसी चीज़ होनी चाहिए ताकि लोकल लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल सके?
हाँ देखो, फैक्ट्रीज वगैरह अगर कोई आ जाए, कोई इंडस्ट्री आ जाए यहाँ पर, तो अच्छा है यहाँ के लोगों के लिए, अच्छा रहेगा. देखो एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो फिर उसी पे डिपेंड करती है. अगर कोई फैक्ट्री लाएगा, कोई इंडस्ट्री लाएगा यहाँ पर, तभी आ पाएगी.
पर इस वक्त दिमाग में सबसे बड़ा कैंडिडेट है, मतलब मुद्दे पीछे हैं, कैंडिडेट आगे है?
नहीं, मुद्दे मेरे लिए तो मुद्दे आगे हैं. कैंडिडेट तो चलो आते रहेंगे अलग अलग पार्टीज़ के, पर डेवलपमेंट तभी होगी जब मुद्दों को देखोगे, नहीं तो नहीं होगी. पार्टी बाई से आगे निकलना पड़ेगा.
मैम क्या मुद्दे हैं?
पानी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है.
पानी?
हाँ जी, सीवरेज का बहुत बुरा हाल है. बस यही है.
तो बाकी और जो डेवलपमेंट है, आप डेवलपमेंट को माइंड में रखोगे या पार्टी को या कैंडिडेट को? क्योंकि
डेवलपमेंट को पहले हमारे अच्छा होना चाहिए सब कुछ.
Very clear word from the voters of Giderba. They say, some of the voters, they say they are keeping in mind about the issues of this Gidarbas while casting their vote. Some of the voters, they say they are also picking up the candidate and the party when they are going to cast their vote. So let's see which party and which candidate will be able to win this election from Giderba. But Giderba is a hot seat which has a lot of importance in Punjab politics. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Giderba, Punjab.
The Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai met the Home Minister Amit Shah and briefed him on the Naxal situation in the state. The Chhattisgarh Chief Minister said that about 200 Naxals have been eliminated in the last 11 months. Many have put down their weapons as well.
माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी से अभी मुलाकात हुई और उनको छत्तीसगढ़ में जो नक्सल गतिविधि चल रही है उसके विषय में अवगत कराया और उनके मार्गदर्शन में और डबल इंजन की सरकार होने के कारण हम लोग बहुत मजबूती के साथ नक्सलवाद के साथ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। पिछले 11 महीनों में करीब 200 नक्सली मारे गए हैं और करीब 600-700 नक्सली आत्मसमर्पण किए हैं और उतने ही की गिरफ्तारी भी हुई है और बहुत ही मजबूती के साथ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
We're going to take a short break, but we're going to continue tracking the elections in Jharkhand and Maharashtra, give you an idea of what the final voter turnout is. It is a very, very critical day. Remember, some networks may be doing exit polls towards the evening. We will take a look at what others are saying with a great deal of caution because exit polls have proven to be disastrously inaccurate over the last several elections. We'll take a short break. More coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
शिवाजी महाराज की यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं
The last elections of 2024, it's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been
reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
It's the day of reckoning in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Maharashtra has recorded 45.53% voter turnout till 3 p.m. Jharkhand has recorded 61.47% voter turnout till 3 p.m. Voter apathy in Maharashtra's Mumbai continues. Well, 39.34% voter turnout has been recorded till 3 p.m. in Mumbai. However, celebs lead the way. They've cast their votes early in the morning today. As Maharashtra votes in high-stakes battle, there was slow march on voting day in Pune, Nagpur and Nasik. Pune has recorded 41.70% voter percentage, Nagpur at 44.45%, Nasik at 46.86%. Clashes have also erupted in Maharashtra's Nasik and Parli. Sharad Pawar camp supporter was seen slabbed in Parli by another candidate. There was a scuffle also between Sena and independent Nandgaon candidate. Intense face-off between the Samajwadi Party and the BJP in UP by polls. EC action on cops after a complaint was lodged by the SP. In Tamil Nadu, a lawyer was hacked in full public view. The assistant had brutally attacked the lawyer en route. Hello and a very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. The big focus in this edition continues to be the big assembly polls being held today. All eyes are today on the Maharashtra election, for which voting is taking place for all 288 seats in one go. In Jharkhand, voting is taking place for 38 seats of the second phase of polls. It's a neck-and-neck fight in Jharkhand between the JM and Congress Alliance and the BJP. Also, by-polls are also being held today for 15 assembly seats, making it one of the most interesting poll battles after the Lok Sabha and the Haryana election. Well, which way is the wind blowing in Maharashtra or even Jharkhand? Nobody really knows. Results are going to be out on November 23rd, and the picture is going to be crystal clear then. But before that, to analyze here the situation on the ground, and as polling still continues, the polling is expected to stop at 6 p.m. Before that, we have guests joining us on the broadcast here. We have with us Aditi Fadnis, senior journalist, joining us on the broadcast. Senior journalist Aarti Jairath also joining us on the broadcast here. Raja Avasthi, political analyst, as well as Sandeep Shastri, director academics, NITTE Education Trust, and national coordinator of Lokniti Network. Thank you so much to all my guests for joining us here on the broadcast here. If I could start with Mr. Sandeep Shastri here. Mr. Sandeep Shastri, the Maharashtra election And of course, elections are taking place in Jharkhand for the second phase. By-polls are also taking place in UP and other states, Kerala, Punjab as well, and Uttarakhand. But Maharashtra election, all eyes, of course, are going to be on this big election today. It's believed to be the most difficult to predict as well. Which way the pendulum really swings, nobody really knows. Well, what's your assessment? I mean, I do understand a lot of people must be hesitating after what we've seen, what happened during the Lok Sabha poll, exit polls, and after Haryana election also. But what's your assessment?
I'll take a electoral insurance policy to start off with by saying it's too close a race to call.
Right.
Having said that, I would go on to say there are two important factors. Post Lok Sabha election, the Mahayuti seems to have gained some traction because of the welfare schemes that they came up with, and the women's vote, I think, is crucial. Also, the type of social coalitions that are being created is something that we'll need to closely watch. Which way the Maratha vote goes will have to be closely watched. That, I think, is very critical in this Maharashtra poll. There will be variations in regions. How Vidarbha goes, how Marathwada goes would be critical. And my final point, the Lok Sabha election demonstrated clearly the legitimacy of the NCP going towards the Sharad Pawar faction, because I think the other faction was truly routed. But in the case of the Shiv Sena, I would argue this election is the real legitimacy battle, because in the Lok Sabha poll, both the factions did reasonably well, had a reasonably high strike rate, and together they actually got more seats than they got earlier.
Right.
So what we are going to see today is the real legitimacy battle between the two Shiv Senas.
Okay, and ma'am, if I could ask you, what about the NCP here? What about Ajit Pawar? What's at stake for him? Is it a do or die battle, would you say?
Well, I think he's sort of more on the die side than the do side. I mean, he fared quite poorly in the Lok Sabha polls, winning just one seat out of the, I think, 6 or 7 that he was given to contest. And not only that, after the Lok Sabha elections, his party has slowly splintered. A lot of people have gone back to Sharad Pawar. And, you know, he's really left now hanging by a slender thread. And, you know, the interesting thing is that he didn't even have candidates actually to put up this time. He has borrowed from the BJP. The BJP has fielded, I think, 16 of its own people as NCP candidates. So, you know, you can see the state that his party is in, really, and he's looking also quite demoralized. He's still talking about how it was a mistake that, you know, to have contested, to have put up his wife against his cousin sister in Baramati. So I think he's really looking pretty down. So, and I think actually today, of all the 6 parties that are in the fray in the form of 2 alliances,
Right.
I would say that Sharad Pawar's NCP looks the strongest. You know, because wherever the NCP, Sharad Pawar is contesting against Ajit Pawar's NCP, I think he's very much ahead. And, you know, he's made it...
Isn't that expected? I mean, he's
Yes, absolutely.
been often referred to
Absolutely,
as
as
the
a doyen
Indian
and, you know,
politics,
the doyen of Maharashtra and everything.
Absolutely.
And he's also made this a very emotive election because he said it's his last one. So, you know, he's kind of reaching out to people on an emotional plane that, you know, vote for me because I won't be here the next time around.
Absolutely.
So,
ma'am, is it the sympathy way that you seem is, you know, seemingly working for the NCP, SP, along with the combination of other factors, of course, as we've been talking about Sharad Pawar, he's been often referred to as a Chanakya, or, you know, the master of Indian politics, or even Maharashtra politics.
You know, there are many parties which are in the race to get the vote share. Sharad Pawar is in the race to fight the battles he can and leave the battles he can't. So he is not interested in vote share. He is interested in fighting for those seats where he feels his party can win. So if you look at it from that point of view, this is not the case with the NCP earlier in the past.
Right.
In the past, the NCP did not want to let go of its national status and contested completely uselessly many seats in Karnataka and elsewhere in order to get the vote share so that it could retain its status. This time, that is not the case. What is more, I think Sharad Pawar is now individually naming candidates of his party and recognizing that this is a election which will be fought on the basis of candidates, not parties, promoting those candidates.
It's a highly localized election. That is
so Yogendra Pawar is being promoted not as, I mean, of course, as his nephew, but more as an educated young man who will take Baramati, which he has invested a lot in, to greater heights. So the contrast is unstated. I mean, there is Ajit Pawar.
Bets in favor of Yogendra Pawar.
I'm not basing my bets on anybody, but in every election, electoral strategy is quite important.
Yes.
I could get 30 seconds to make a point to expand what Aarti ji said.
Okay, please.
When a friend of mine was going from Mumbai to Nashik, they were all posters of the Ajit Pawar faction of the Ladki Behna program. And there was no Ajit Pawar on that poster. It was the Ghadial. And the common people supporting the NCP associate the Ghadial with Sharad Pawar. So you are seeking votes for the Ghadial, which is officially with the Ajit Pawar faction. But you don't have Ajit Pawar anywhere on that
that
poster.
too temporarily, but yes, I mean, it is until the courts further orders on that. But yes, all right, that's an important point that you've made. We're also being joined by national spokesperson of the BJP, Siddharth Yadav, here on the broadcast. Siddharth, welcome to NDTV. What is the BJP really looking at? I mean, also I have to mention here this election, specifically talking about Maharashtra here, has been marred by a scam versus scam controversy. The cash for vote scam, or the accusations, the allegations that have been leveled by the BJP against the MVA. This is not going to be an easy contest. We do understand, but do you think that's something, the cash for votes controversy here, just a day before the polling was to take place, could dent the BJP's prospects somehow?
Good evening to all your viewers. The Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form a full majority and a very strong government both in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand. Bharatiya Janata Party is going to emerge as the single largest party in Maharashtra. There's no doubt about that. And with the feedback that we are getting today from all the cadre of Bharatiya Janata Party, the Tridevs, the Shakti Kendra Pramukhs, the Panna Pramukhs, is very positive. And we are very confident that the people of Maharashtra and the people of Jharkhand are giving a very positive response to the Mahayuti-led alliance in Maharashtra and Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA alliance in the Jharkhand. I think what happened yesterday, it exposes the entire machinery of Congress, because the kind of voice notes, the kind of audio clips, the kind of chats that have been surfacing since yesterday on social media, and the same which we also have exposed in the public via the media in a press conference yesterday night, shows the true face of Congress party and their alliance and how they plan to contest the election. What they tried and what happened with one of our national general secretaries in Maharashtra, all that went down the drain because nothing actually concrete could have been shown there. A meeting was happening, all clarifications have come out, and we have very openly welcomed any kind of inquiry, any kind of CCTV investigation, any kind of candidates or political parties going to the election commission and conducting a fair inquiry. But the kind of audio clips that have come out and the kind of chats that have come out, I think raises a lot of big questions, because big people, big leaders allegedly have been named in those audio clips, and those are termed to be involved. Bigger leaders than Nana Patole, bigger leaders than Supriya Sule, and bigger leaders. Who are those bigger leaders? It's not so difficult to guess. So I think if the people would have seen yesterday's response to what has happened in Maharashtra specifically, the people have already made a very clear choice, but the choice is more dependent on the development agenda that happened in the past 2.5 years. The reign of the Prime Minister's vision that has been implemented, maximum investments coming, the maximum share of budget that was given to Maharashtra, maximum projects that happened there, and the people are going to invest their faith in the Mahayuti alliance, and we are going to form a very strong and a very progressive, successive government when the results come out.
Okay, let me bring in Ms. Aarti here. Ma'am, do you think that could have any sort of implication on the election that is being held today? I mean, it's not just
the scam
yes,
drama that
yes,
happened
exactly, the
yesterday.
scam drama that is happening. Is that something that's going to weigh on the voter's psyche when they go out to vote?
I really don't think so. I mean, I think it's one of the worst kept secrets in Indian elections, the use of money power. And, you know, we've seen it in election after election, cash notes being found in leaders' houses, cash notes being recovered from cars and so on. I think people have got quite cynical about this now. So I feel that in Maharashtra, they're voting on a whole set of other issues. And, you know, again, you know, Maharashtra, although we see it as one state, it's actually 6 regions.
Right.
You know, and there is a very clear urban-rural divide there. You know, the rural areas are going to vote on different issues. The urban areas will vote on different issues. You can also see the kind of, you know, in the voter turnout today, the kind of urban apathy. You know, all the urban centers, Pune, Nashik, Mumbai, you know, the voter turnout has been really low, which shows that, you know, maybe people are just disillusioned with the kind of politics they've seen in Maharashtra over the last 5 years. And rural areas, of course, have their own issues, many of which came out during the Lok Sabha election. And to the credit of the Mahayuti, I think they tried to, you know, apply some balm on those wounds post the Lok Sabha polls by, you know, starting these welfare schemes. This Ladki Bahin welfare scheme was started after the elections. You know, they have also, I think, given some benefits to farmers.
As a course correction by
that's
the
right,
BJP,
that's right. They gave some, you know, benefits to farmers and Vidarbha and so on. So, you know, I mean, as I said, you know, it's such a bag of differing issues depending on which part of Maharashtra you're in, that I think, you know, what happened yesterday is just a blip, really. I don't think it will materially affect the outcome.
Okay. I'll go to Mr. Sandeep Shastri on that as well. A spokesperson of the Congress party, Advocate Mahima Singh, also joining us on the broadcast here. Mahima Singh, how would you respond? We've just spoken to Siddharth Yadav, national spokesperson of the BJP, and we've spoken about how the scam controversy has arisen here in Maharashtra just a day before the election was to take place. And how do you think that's going to affect your party's poll prospects, or do you think it's not going to have any impact at all?
Jai Hind, but first of all, I have to express my dismay. I have been on your Zoom meeting for almost 15 minutes now.
Okay, ma'am.
You let the BJP spokesperson have his way, but your team forgets to patch me on the show. That is absolutely
I will speak to my technical team there, ma'am.
That is
my apologies. My apologies to you, ma'am. Please accept,
the BJP spokesperson went on with his, I would say, futile rhetoric, and Congress did not even get a chance to represent.
Ma'am, I am giving you the chance to represent yourself. Please go ahead, ma'am.
I would request you to give me an uninterrupted opportunity.
No, ma'am, it was completely unintentional. Please go ahead.
So, you see, the BJP's modus operandi, as is known to everybody, very well known to everybody by now, is confuse, collude, coerce, do whatever, everything, Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, but have it their way, which is why in the state of Maharashtra for the past 2 years, there has been a government of hijack, where the BJP has not only hijacked the public mandate, but the BJP has also been backstabbing the people of Maharashtra by transferring very many important projects from the state of Maharashtra to Gujarat and, you know, so on and so forth. But the people of Maharashtra are actually going to give it back to them, and how it will be seen on the 23rd. Because if you see in Vidarbha, just in the last couple of days, many of Amit Shah's rallies had to be cancelled. In Marathwada, there was a no-entry demeanor for Devendra Fadnavis. What happened yesterday was that a national general secretary of the BJP was caught red-handed doing cash for vote. And when the BJP spokesperson actually, you know, talks about that what they were doing there, let me show you this glimpse. This is a glimpse from that hotel room yesterday, where you can see these women and children sitting outside. Now, I do not know what political discussions possibly these children and women would have come to do in a hotel room there, which is why even the Election Commission, which has been otherwise ignorant, please allow me. Please allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. As I've already indicated, it's been unfair on your show.
Ma'am, where is the video from? That is what I'm asking you.
Sorry?
I'm asking you about the video only. Where is this video from?
This is PTI. This is PTI. It's everywhere on the internet.
Okay.
Now, you see, even the Election Commission, that is otherwise.
What is the location of that video? What place are you speaking?
The hate speech and all.
If this is unverified fact, then you should at least.
Allow the rhetorical BJP spokesperson to observe some discipline on your show.
Okay, ma'am. I think you were not able to hear my voice properly. I was actually asking you about the location. Could you?
You see, this is the very location where this happened.
Okay.
I am showing this clip from right outside that hotel room where Vinod Tawde was caught doing cash for vote yesterday, which is why there are multiple FIRs against him and investigation will be done. In the meantime, Supriya Sureji has already clarified that she will be going for a defamation, criminal civil defamation suit against the BJP and their this whole collusive plan that has been designed to target the opposition, because we have fought this election with people's issues at the core of our whole.
Okay, I'll give the I'll come back to you and I'll give the BJP spokesperson also time to respond. We have some breaking news now coming in at this point in time. We are learning that India and China defense ministers have met and